I mean, I think even Netanyahu over the summer had commented on how like this is going to be our biggest fight. I've heard a lot of pundits talk about that, about how do they change the sentiment of, you know, Americans, or try to reverse, you know, the attitudes and opinions of Israel and Jews.
Well, you say to a clubhouse room that synagogue in Michigan doesn't plan the military moves of the state of Israel, nor does it get planned out of my synagogue or the kosher market I went to today. Like we don't do military strategy for the state of Israel. So why someone's attacking an American citizen, a Jewish American citizen, who's just trying to pray or eat a meal in a restaurant makes absolutely no sense.
But it does make
illegal.
sense. It does make sense. You have a guy
makes sense to you?
Yeah, you have a guy that's from Lebanon that had I think either one or two brothers killed by Hezbollah and his niece and nephew, and he probably thinks like Hezbollah, and he's probably he's a fucking terrorist. Now, what would a terrorist do? And he's been in this country for a few years. I mean, we shouldn't have let the guy in the fucking country to begin with.
Bro, I met that guy, by the way. I do know I met him though recently. I met him.
How did you meet him? Come on, seriously?
No, I'm not even joking. I got the chills when I found out. So I met him the first time I ever went to Dearborn to order food. And I went to get a shawarma at this place called Hamido's. And this guy was the manager. And I'm talking to him about my first time in Dearborn. Man, I'm excited to be here and see all the shit. And he was telling me, yeah, I'm from Lebanon, blah, blah, blah. It's nice here. You know, things are great. I was shocked when I found out. It was just really, I'm still like tripping.
I mean, he's not, that
Crazy. That's just
that guy
crazy.
was not a homegrown American terrorist. Like, this guy was, I think this was largely imported and affected his brothers and his family personally. And he
Or
had that
Hezbollah
ideology.
officers? Yeah, I mean, wow, that's crazy, Jack.
I know, dude, I literally got the chills. Even right now, I still trip thinking about it. He's literally the only person I talked to the whole time I went to Dearborn.
But I'm going to be realistic. I know you guys are people
Was
just
he
like...
off though, Jack? Was he off a little bit?
No, he's just doing his work, dude. And talking to me about fucking Dearborn. It's crazy.
I would say this. I know that you guys aren't a monolith and you can't control... Like, I can't control, like, what white Gentiles, for example, American Gentiles will say. There's obviously those that will say crazy shit, but like, if you guys could get rid of Jonathan Greenblatt, Rabbi Shmuley,
Rabbi Shmuley needs to, like, he's horrible. He's horrible. I don't think anyone, supports him. I mean, I can't imagine. He's all.
But you have to understand, he's the
And
rabbi.
Greenblatt. More turning more, I don't want to say conservative, but less left. He's had a lot of pressure on him to let go of, and in some of the directors of that organization is very, very left-leaning, and as a result, other organizations, I'll just give you like internal politics, other organizations have popped up doing the same. Not as good a job because their Center for Extremism is pretty intense. But other organizations have gotten relied upon because people got so turned off because they leaned so far left. And they're definitely moving in a more center direction. And I mean, I'm thrilled that they are, because when they're focused, and they're focused on, as again, like the Center for, they really can track it and find it. And they don't just, their work was not just in our community. It was worked a lot actually with other ethnicities as well. But I agree with you on him. I just can tell you from what I'm reading and listening to him, I think, and knowing what happened with their board, they had a readjustment.
Well, I'll just say this. He's one of those people that he would do this coalition building. And by the way, right-wing Jews for years that I've talked to, they can't fucking stand John.
No one might, but
But he would do this coalition building where it's kind of like, oh yeah, white male, yeah, the status quo, yep, fuck those people, they're the cause of all of this. Yep, we're gonna really focus on them. And it's kind of like, all right, it's kind of funny because like you kind of see the same dilemma ends up happening after October 7th. It's like, no, shut your fucking mouth, Jew. You're a white colonizer supporting a white colonizer state in Israel and killing a bunch of Browns. Fuck you.
Do you know who Abe Foxman is? Have you ever heard that name?
He was the former leader.
I have an issue with Abe Foxman.
He focused more on Jews, which I think are.
He has an interesting history, also like his family history and everything. But I mean, people liked him a lot more. I think Greenblatt was an Obama guy.
He was an Obama guy.
He was in that whole Obama ecosystem, and all the people who got hired at the ADL were progressives, right. And they start saying all sorts of ridiculous progressive shit, which is aggressive. And we were all like, "What the fuck is going on at the ADL?" And
I hate that
guy. I hate that guy. He should have been replaced. It's a miracle. I don't understand how he still has his job. And I think he's just like anybody who's in a political position. He's playing the game of saying what he's saying, and we don't actually know what he actually believes. And he said it so many times that the biggest threat to Jews is the far right, which of course was completely disconnected from reality. He's a liar, and he's a danger to our community because he's a liar. Fuck that guy.
I would say this is one of the things. And he was kind of echoing something that thoroughly fucking annoyed me about the people in his line of work, is that he was saying, obviously Trump has free agency, so do all of our politicians, so does everybody in America. Now, in my opinion, which I think it's been thoroughly, from all of the major publications, Israel and a lot of the people that are very staunchly Zionist were really encouraging Trump to take action in Iran. He did it. But I have to listen to Jonathan Greenblatt saying he's anti-Semitic. They say that, Israel was somehow encouraging this, or not. He didn't say encourage. He said something else. It's like, dude, really? It's so easily like we can see like who's going to benefit the most from Iran going down. Like literally, Hamas probably wouldn't have been able to do what they did if it wasn't for Iran. Hezbollah could not, launch their rockets and do the shit they do if it wasn't for Iran. And of course, if it wasn't Iran, they wouldn't be sending rockets right now. We all know Iran is Israel's biggest threat. It's a no-brainer. But to say it's like anti-Semitic to even suggest that Jews or Zionists had made a compelling argument to urge Trump to do it. It's kind of just ridiculous.
What do you mean?
Miss Abby, when I get a chance, can I ask you a question?
Sure. Hopefully I'm not in the Matrix. Go ahead.
It's kind of off topic, but do you know, any of you guys know when the UFC is going to come to the White House?
Yes, I do. I know a little bit about it. I know it's going to be
please tell me.
fucking impossible to get tickets. It's only going to be maybe 5,000 seats, 6,000 seats max. When they build the facility, everyone here is all over it in Vegas. Like everyone's kissing up to everyone we know at the UFC. But no, I can't blame them, but I don't know how they're going to divvy that out. Politically, how those tickets are going to go. I'll know more. Actually, I can give me a few hours. I'll make a phone call to someone and find out a little more about it. But I know some serious connected people that think they're not getting tickets. So if that helps, so you don't feel so bad.
Well, in the veterans community, we're just hearing, you know, if you had a purple star, if you got, you know, combat action ribbon, you know, all
Well, that
stuff,
could
you know,
be,
you know,
that makes more sense, but like,
yeah,
that makes
well, that's
sense.
what we was hearing. Yeah, because I guess from what we was hearing in the veteran community that you know, active duty or individuals that, you know, got purple hearts or whatever, they can go there, I guess, because they're going to do a ratio of active duty veterans and obviously House members and Senates, etc. But I was just curious if you knew.
I think it's going to
anything
be donors.
like
I think it's going to be on the political side. I think that makes sense what you're saying with like certain veterans, and then I think it's going to be political donors. And in terms of Dana White and who he has in his entourage, I mean, it'll be obviously top brass in the UFC and some of the bigger players here, you know, in Vegas. But like I mean, this tried to do this, and I literally I know this company really well. It was like my friends work there. My girlfriend's husband runs it, and like everyone's been all over everyone trying to get tickets, and I think they don't know right now much. So there's a lot of evasiveness on the answer. I mean, I haven't asked. I asked about a month ago, but I'm happy to find out more about it and let you know. I think
Thank you, Miss Abby.
it's going to be you know, I thought the Pacquiao Mayweather fight was a hard ticket. This is going to be probably the hardest ticket.
They're not gonna let Carr or Purple Hearts in unless it's like you've got the silver, bronze stars, or you've got well, those guys will automatically get in. But you're not. Wait, hold on. So like a Purple Heart, like I mean, there's guys on this app that got a Purple Hearts for jerking off too hard while they were overseas. So I mean, you know, they give them out like Tic Tacs these days. So
I think they may have like a viewing, also like a viewing, I don't want to say party or a viewing area that will be over in like an adjacent building by the White House, like in where there's a venue. I'm thinking like the DAR, I forget what that's called. There's the DAR auditorium that's right there. Like maybe they'll use that. I have a feeling they're going to do something like that. But I will tell you, if you've never been in DC or in DC for July 4th is always fabulous. But this year, if you can get to DC or Philly and be in one of those cities for July 4th, it'd definitely be worth it.
I mean, you live in Vegas, which is like probably has at any given time the most like professional fighters per capita.
Yeah.
Just heard the pro boxers I've known, like from Arizona, everybody has had to do training camps there.
It's funny, Pepe. There's such a rivalry between Top Rank in the boxing and with UFC. Like, there's always this joke about it. And at some of the charity events here, they kind of play off of each other. Like, one will bid, you know, they'll have like a live auction and they'll outbid each other and stuff. But I did want to say that the UFC just started a boxing division. Do you know about this?
Yeah, I've heard about that. But I know a lot of the boxing community didn't. So boxing's I was never a pro. So if you were to look at pro boxers, most of them make absolutely nothing. It's just there's a very select few that are exceptionally rare and gifted that can make a lot of money. But the UFC has been.
Pepe, can I get 10 seconds for you, guy?
Sure. We've looked at the UFC very, the way they pay their fighters out, I would say even, a lot of the boxing promoters are known for being pretty, I mean, what the fuck is that guy? The guy with the crazy hair, the black dude, I forget his name. He was, Don King, he was always known as being pretty predatory, but I mean, UFC, they were a lot worse. And I don't know. I think that's why a lot of people are very skeptical of
He did a cool thing though, Don King, in that he started the women boxing stuff. Like he promoted Chrissy Martin and some of the women boxers. I mean, he kind of is interesting.
Most of us don't respect women's boxing.
Well, like I said, I was just curious, and I was wondering what the pregame would be, and
You mean the
I don't know
undercard?
if-
The undercards?
well, like leading up to it, like I was hearing some people talk about it, and I was thinking, dude, what would be cooler than like a pre-game, like a pre-spectator before the big event night, having all the branches pick one of their best boxers or UFC fighters and really tag it. Ain't nothing better than watching. Like Brad knows what I'm talking about. Intercompany branch fights where you'll have like I saw this in Bagram. We would have what's called like morale night where you would pick like your company's dominant fighter, and you'll have a boxing match with another company, and I think that'd be kind of something cool. Let the
I think they
branches
kind of
do it without.
I heard they started doing away with that though, and like we would there's only one time I've experienced that where I never with them, but they would even these are young men.
Like three agents.
The Sufis have very nice music. The Sufis have very nice music.
Well, the Sufis are human beings who believe we are God. There is no God outside nature.
Oh wow, you guys are great. Okay, go advertise your religion. Go advertise it.
I don't proselytize because I'm a Sufi, and every language of God is just as good as any other language.
Anyways, I think we're gonna pivot. Thank you.
Human ego creates all this bullshit in the name of organized religion, including your version of so-called.
Can you imagine if you believe in God, what you could make of your? Imagine if you're God yourself. Well,
When Mansur Halak said we are God, it's everything in the universe is sacred.
Okay,
It's the body of God.
yeah, we're gonna pivot.
I'm very scared
Hold
of
on a
God.
second.
Believe in God yourself.
Okay, we're gonna pivot from this. Thank you. Looks like if Iran flattens Israel, I think STI is back in New York. I don't think he's ever gonna go back. Do you have insurance on your property if Iran bombs the shit out of your house inside Israel? I mean, in the settlement area of the West Bank. And change your voice quality to low so you can use it. I know you're stealing neighbors' Wi-Fi. Maybe you're getting little, smaller signal. Maybe you're not getting like a strong signal when you steal, Wi-Fi. That's what happens. So you have to be careful. Go down on the quality of the voice, please. So, STI apparently claims to be anti-Zionist, yet he has a property in the West Bank. Like, what kind of, make it make sense? Such an idiot. Anybody else wants
You have to
come up?
understand the Orthodox mindset. They're not Zionists because Israel is a secular state, right? They don't really care for it. But they take advantage of the opportunity to be able to buy land, holy land, right, and to live there. But they don't want to participate in the secular
Wait,
state.
you just said Israel is a secular state.
Yeah.
That's a complete lie.
No, it's a secular state as in, like, it's not the theological laws. Like, it's not applying the halakha. It's not applying their version of Sharia.
But you must be Israeli, not Israeli, you must be Jewish in order to rule the country, right? So that's
No, that's not true. There's no law that says that.
That's true, yeah.
No,
Can you be Muslim?
there's no law, no.
Wait,
Yes, technically a Muslim can become a prime minister, yes.
that's completely right. So why, like,
Show me the law.
once since the inception of the Israel, why never happened?
Yeah, just because it never happened, that doesn't mean that it can't. Or it's illegal.
So unwritten law, right?
Not exactly, no. It's just that 80% of the when 80% of the population is Jewish, obviously, when 80% of the population is Jewish, obviously,
Yeah, that means that
80% of the people are not gonna elect. Actual law that says
So
that.
that's exactly what I meant. Like I said, unwritten law. They operate in a realm of the way that no one can, like, practicing any other religion and become a prime minister.
Dude, I don't want to get into this. The point is, Arash, that it's not a theological state. They're not applying the halakha, their version of Sharia.
Yes, they're not.
Secular.
Yeah, they're not. They don't actually believe in God.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't really care about Zion or the state of Israel. That's an opportunity.
Israel is as Jewish as is the regime in Iran Islamic. As is the KKK Christian. The regime in Iran is as Islamic as the genocidal state of Israel claims to be Jewish.
That's completely uncomparable. You are praying two different things. And
What?
It has nothing to do with each other.
Wait, the regime in Iran is Islamic, in your opinion?
Yeah, in some way, yeah.
Is that why it kills its own people? Is that why there is an oligarchy in Iran?
Because you see everything like binary. It's not binary.
No, I don't see everything as binary. I am.
You see, if they're Muslim, they have to act like this way. But there is everywhere there is flaws, and they cannot like implement 100%.
Well, who gave them the right to implement Islamic law?
Because the majority of the countries, they are Shia 12 or 92%.
Then why are they afraid of a referendum? Ask the people of Iran, do they want
They
it?
cannot have a referendum every 40 years that anyone asks him for a referendum.
People in the Khomeini said back then, the people that was at the beginning of the Pahlavi regime, they said,
Listen, Mustafa, the land of Iran belongs to the Twelvers. They are the original owners of that land.
the land of Iran belongs to a cult of Shiism? No,
Also Shiism.
Wait,
The
the
land of-
land is just a cult.
They don't. The land of Iran.
Actually, Sunnis were the majority in that land long. For
Yeah,
a
they're
long period
occupying
in
a
the
land
Shiites
that
were.
belongs to the Shias.
Why? Hold on, so when they were all Sunni, it didn't belong to them?
One has nothing to do with
So before the Safavids, hold on, wait, sorry. So before the Safavids, when they were all Sunnis, it didn't belong to them?
No, that's why the Safavids. They were.
Wow.
No, listen to me. The Safavids were also.
This is shit, Zionism right there,
19 years old, bro. She's 18, 19 years old.
No, you see how these 12ers are sometimes like they come out like
The
Zionists,
Safavids were
like
also
they're shit
Sunni.
Zionists.
The Safavids
It's fucking insane, bro.
The Safavids were also Sunni, and they realized, like, shit, this is not our land. This is the Twelvers' land. We gotta give it to them back.
No, they were the ones who
Yes.
converted everybody to Shia.
The Safavids were Sunni.
The Safavids converted everybody. What are you talking about?
Yes, they were Sunni themselves, and they converted everyone to Shia because they realized.
Mustafa, we can't hear you. Please hang on a second. Let Benny go, man. Ben Mustafa.
I'm pretty sure the Safavids were Shia.
They were Sunni, bro. From Turkey, they were Sunni, and then they.
hold on, just because-
Shah Ismail Safavi was a staunch Shia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
originally they were Sunni, and they became Shia, and then, you know.
No, you're misconstruing.
But let me Google it, bro.
You're
It
talking
doesn't
about
manipulate
Ali
facts.
Mahili. You're talking about Ali Mahili, and that happened 200 years before the Safavid dynasty. It was a different Shah at that time, and he got a divorce from his wife, and then Ali Mahili basically converted him to Shia Islam because in the Sunni law, if you say talaq, you're basically divorced. In the Shia law, you need two witnesses, and Ali Mahili actually converted.
It depends on the school of Jewish students, by the way.
No, I know. But basically,
Yeah.
I'm not putting Sunnis down at all. I'm just saying that.
I'm just saying that the school of Jewish students.
That is confusing the Safavid dynasty with an earlier dynasty. It was 200 years before, and that actually the king turned into a Shia thing, but he didn't enforce it.
But that was a starting point, Hadi. That was a
It
starting
was a
point.
starting point, but again, before the Safavids, there were the Buyid were actually more Zayd.
Anyway, Hadi, listen. There are certain lands around the world that belongs to Twelvers only. It's not just Iran.
That's not true.
Wait, hold on. Wait, sorry. Let's explore this. What other lands outside of Iran belong to the Twelvers?
I don't know, like, you're smart. Think about it.
So like Syria, hold on, hold on. Wait, no, there's the shrine of Sayyidatina Zainab. That doesn't belong to the Twelvers?
No, that's fine.
Of course, that belongs to the Twelvers, right?
The land of Syria is...
No, I'm just saying, like the shrine itself, that belongs to the Twelvers,
Yes.
right? Of course it does, yeah. I got it.
This is called Zionism. This is Zionism.
100%, this is Twelver Zionism.
Okay,
Zionism.
Crimea River.
No, she does not represent Wilayat al-Faqih.
It has nothing to do with Islam.
don't know anything about religion, man. Just leave it.
That's just tough of it or Sunnis. Like, obviously she doesn't know.
That's just her opinion.
Some people think, you know? Like, I'm not saying that, yeah.
But when they go, how did they become Shias? Is it,
The Safavids they were Shias, and then they forcefully converted a lot of people into Shias. They took over.
oh, they forced it? Okay.
Oh, yeah. There was a lot of force.
They weren't known for being nice, you know.
No, they were fucking atrocious.
In fact, it was an antithetical government to the Ottoman Empire, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. No, they actually did it in order to build an opposition to the Ottomans.
Yeah.
So Safavid Shiism is a political cult. Has nothing to do
Shut
with
up, bro. Do you have anything
Yeah,
better
but
to say?
Safavid Shiism has nothing to do with the modern.
Shiism is a political cult.
Well,
It's like Zionism.
they're the reason you have identity as Iranian, Mujtaba.
No, I
Yeah,
have
that's
an
not
identity.
true. That's not true.
I mean, if we're being honest, most of Tasawwuf is considered cultish to begin with. Your tariqas and everything, they're just their own cultic characters.
There is abuse of Sufism, as there is abuse of Shiism, as there is abuse of the Jewish religion, as any other religion.
Yeah, there you go. So why are you being critical of Twelverism and all?
Because they have taken the country of Iran hostage against the will of 80% of the Iranian people.
Nobody held it hostage. Iranian people were in the streets. The Shah was a dictator. He didn't have...
If the regime in Iran knew that it would be able to win a referendum, they would have held 10 referendums. But they know they are hated by the people of Iran by 80%.
You're fucking lying.
That's wrong.
Therefore, they are doing exactly what Zionists wants. Zionism needs
Mujtaba, you say that. But you don't understand that, the regime in Iran has been there for 47 years, so that makes up 3 generations of Iranians grew up under IGC mentality. Supported by IGC.
There is a time.
People, maybe 70.
Why are they afraid of a referendum if they are so popular?
That's your perspective.
Well, no, it's not my perspective. If they are so popular, if they're not hated by 80% of the Iranian people, why are they afraid of a referendum?
You're making up false statistics. Okay.
What's right now? We got Zionism in one end, and then you got...
For the regime in Iran to become democratic and secular and don't fulfill the
But we're not
genocide.
going to defeat our purpose. We're not going to defeat
Hold
our
on.
purpose.
Okay, then what happens? What happens whenever Iran's become democratic and secular? Now what?
When the government of Iran becomes secular and democratic, then Zionism will not be able to say Muslims are savages.
They still won't do that.
Well, they may do that, but they will not be able to think about
How is Iran's democracy going to stop Zionism from creating narratives against Iran?
Listen to me. Do you believe that the genocidal Netanyahu prefers Dr. Mossadegh in Iran or Khamenei?
So you want a puppet government?
Netanyahu hates all of them.
Puppet government. That's why he was overthrown by the CIA and MI6.
I think Netanyahu hates all of them.
Yeah.
Netanyahu is a war criminal, genocide maker that has his wish fulfilled in the form of the Vilayat al-Faqih government.
No, it doesn't. If it was under the Shah, he he was going to weaponize Savak, that they trained, Mossad trained them themselves, and then it.
I was tortured by the Savak.
Okay, but you're not making any sense right now.
Yes, I do.
Do you think if Iran was a secular democracy, we wouldn't have heat on us? The fact that Iran nationalized its oil and said no to imperialism by nature.
I am a Muslim accused of Islam by this regime to the benefit of the genocidal Zionism state.
It's not to the benefit of the Zionists. Blowing Zionists up right now. Which world do you live in?
Yeah, conspiracy theory. Need backup?
So what, you think Iran is a controlled opposition? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. That's really what he meant. He said like Iran is being controlled by Zionists and this Shias, like the government, Shias, that they are. I've heard these conspiracy theories more than millions of times.
The regime in Iran and the genocidal regime in Israel need one another as enemy. They are interdependent.
Give me one example and one document that it says Iran is being ruled by Zionists. That they're getting infiltrated by the Zionists.
Ahmadinejad, for example. Why did Netanyahu say Ahmadinejad is the best thing that has happened to
it was sus, but again, because one person in the government says something else, that doesn't mean the entire government ruling and getting infiltrated by
the regime stole the vote of Mir Hossein Mousavi and gave it to Ahmadinejad.
They gave conspiracy theorists. Again, because first off, you cannot back up that they were stealing the votes. Second of all, when you
stole the vote, if they had not stolen the vote, they would have had a second internationally monitored elections in 19.
So you want every single country that they have an election, the international should come and monitor the election.
No, but they're talking about a government in Iran. I want a government that is loved by its own people as opposed to hated.
Don't they let the international entity comes and then watch and monitor the election process?
No, there are ways of having a real clean election. But the regime in Iran...
And let's say hypothetically you're right, because we don't have the lawful election, that means that we are being influenced by that.
No, I am saying that you need the genocide.
You are reaching. You are connecting these different things. You are reaching.
Your regime needs the Netanyahu, the genocidal Netanyahu, as an enemy. Your regime was happy about the genocide of people in Gaza.
You're making no sense.
Yes, I am. And you know that.
Yeah, in your mind, yeah. But back in your conspiracy theory, I've heard that so many times.
You are a hypocrite.
How is he not if this religious leader died for fighting for Palestinians?
This leader served Israel for 37 years.
You're looking right now. Mustafa, you're not making sense.
Yes, I am
contradicting yourself.
And you know it,
so you served Israel for 47 years only to be killed by Israelis?
You are Haram Luqman Zari and Arash.
You're Kuni Mordayo.
You are Haram Luqman Zari and Arash.
Let's not curse at each other, please. Come on, Mustafa, you're old man. Zari, she's very young.
This regime,
I'm 12 years old.
You're 12, we'll have to kick you out of the room, bro. You have to be over the age of 18 to be in this room, bro.
I'm 18 and a half.
This regime is as Islamic, the regime in Iran is as Islamic as the genocidal regime.
Mustafa, I have a question for you. How many people inside Iran support the regime?
20%.
So, what about the rest of the... Do you support Reza Pahlavi to come inside?
No. That traitor to Iran?
Yeah. So my question to you, the next question to you, Mustafa, is what is the solution?
The The solution is a real election in Iran. The solution is a referendum where the people of Iran are asked in a free, real.
If the regime doesn't want to leave, if the regime wants to be in there, how do you get rid of the regime?
The regime can be transformed if it was a really.
Are you open to being a reformist?
Let me answer your question.
Sure.
That question, let me answer it. I am not for regime change. I am for regime transformation.
Are you open to the idea of being a reformist?
I am called a reformist. I am a supporter of Taibzadeh, who is in Evin prison to the delight of the genocidal Netanyahu. Mustafa Taibzadeh has been in Evin prison. Right now he's back in solitary confinement, and that's exactly what the genocidal Netanyahu loves.
Why is he in there?
For the regime in Iran to be so horrible.
He was the opposition to the current regime, right, Mustafa?
I am a non-violent opposition.
No, I'm talking about the guy that's in jail. He was opposition to the current regime, right?
No, he wasn't. He was part of the. He was an assistant minister of interior. He was.
Repeat after me, man. I don't recall. Then I believe.
I am sick and tired of death to this and death to that. That's a cult of death. The regime in Iran is a cult of death.
Mustafa, why did he get locked up? Mustafa, why did he get locked up?
Because he said the regime in Iran stole the vote from and gave to the puppet of Israel, the spy of Israel, Ahmadinejad, the vote of Mir Hussein.
Ahmadinejad was his name is on Epstein files.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, but he was a Zionist spy. He is a Zionist. And his votes were stolen in 2009. And Mir Hussein Mousavi is under house arrest for 15 years. And that's exactly what the regime, that's what the Israeli regime loves.
So right now, do you support the government, or are you do you support the government getting attacked by America?
Hell no. I am supporting the people in Iran, the soldiers of Iran that are resisting the savage attack by US and Israel.
To be honest, I like your stance, but the thing is, you are going too far with the conspiracy theory. I'm also a reformist, to be honest, but I don't go too far saying like all of them are like spies or agents of.
Tell me what conspiracy theory? What conspiracy?
You say like the entire government like getting infiltrated by the Zionism and the Zionist agents.
You don't listen to what I say. I am saying that the regime in Iran needs the genocidal regime in Israel as an enemy. Do you understand what that means?
So why
They don't need it. They have their
yes, relax. Take a chill. Relax.
People in Iran, you can be relaxed. I am in exile in the United States against my will, and the people of Iran are being bombed. Shame on you for being relaxed. Shame on you for not giving a damn about the country of Iran that is being
Make your point like you did, but you shouldn't be so angry at every single person.
I care about human beings. Therefore, as a 68-year-old man with high blood pressure, I care about my Iran. I care about real Islam.
I love that, but here's the thing: you shouldn't be.
Regime is
so pissed off.
Yes,
Because you're talking, no one makes. Listen, no one decision maker here in this room. We're all talking.
Islam to the delight of the genocidal Netanyahu.
You don't get the point. I said we are not a decision maker here. We are all like here. We're talking.
So Mustafa.
So giving a
Hang on a second, brother. Hang on. So you're saying after the so-called war is over, right? You want them to set up a box, and everybody chimes in, and and let the people put in the ballot, right?
Yes.
And then if the majority of them don't support this regime, they need to go and then bring somebody else, right?
That's called a democratic transition.
Mm-hmm. Do you want the whole system overhaul, or do you want some parts? It's okay, they can stay.
The referendum. Look, the referendum can have several questions. One of them is whether the people want to maintain the current constitution and make reforms. Another question can be: do you want this regime, the constitution, to be replaced by a democratic and secular constitution? And this is it's the right of the Iranian people.
Pritzker said she was just a late-term abortion caused by starving a future American citizen. Bailey and Aaron Marbury getting every living.
I know. But hear me out. He wrote it in his book that he wants to be a transitional body. Do you believe him?
No, I don't. He is a Zionist traitor to Iran.
He's a Zionist puppet, yeah.
Yeah, he's a Zionist traitor to Iran who is doing exactly what the regime needs. The regime built him, this regime of Khamenei built the Reza Pahlavi in order to then suppress its own people in the name that you are a Zionist agent. And Netanyahu says, good job, Khamenei, we love you.
If they love them so much, why they kill them? They let them to rule the country, so they benefit them.
They need them as enemy. Apparently, you don't understand what Dr. Mossadegh said. Dr. Mossadegh said internal despotism and external colonialism.
You said they love to see that the Khamenei is in place, and then he's their puppet. So why they kill him? If everything was good.
Because they wanted Moshtaba Khamenei to come and take over. Because they need a monster. A new monster.
Wait, what?
A young one.
They want to replace his son with his dad. They have the same agenda, same policy.
They wanted to corrupt this regime even more to turn it into a monarchy.
Now you see you're not making sense now. At this point.
When I tell the truth, you say I'm not making sense.
Because you're going too far with it.
Your lughme is haram, Arash.
I don't guess it's like that, Al-Mashaba. I'm probably with you when you are trying to say the despotic regime and, colonial powers are stranded or complementary and they feed each other. But up until this point, I'm with you. But when you enter to kind of fantasy world and the kind of they killed because they planned, and then it starts to shake for me.
You lost Peter when you started this conspiracy theories.
7 was a planned operation of Israel. Israel created Hamas in order to turn the conflicts in the region.
So, are you saying, brother? Are you saying that it was a plan of regime to, kill the leader, right?
They wanted the regime under they had the Zionist puppet called Reza Pahlavi. The regime was not. They wanted the criminal Netanyahu said for 40 years I've been dreaming about attacking Iran, and he wanted to implement the last country in the region that has not been devastated. Because the criminal, the genocidal Netanyahu and his cult in Israel, they want to extend from the Nile River to the Euphrates River. In order to implement that plan, they needed to attack Iran. In order to attack it. And when they attacked Iran, they said, okay, Khamenei is going to go, but the purpose of Israel was to create a failed state in Iran.
Are we going to talk about the political between Israel? Thank you for coming. Thank you, trolls. Silly audience, like scumbags you are.
So
Each one of them. So
Israel had wanted a failed state in Iran, and by killing Khamenei and replacing him by his son, they have created a failed state, and they want to implement a
So
civil
Mustafa,
war.
hang on a second. Can you walk me through the steps? So since when they've been planning to get the leader assassinated? Like, say, how long? 5 years? 3 years? 1 year?
We have been talking. The genocidal Netanyahu has been dreaming about this for.
No, I'm talking about the regime. How did the regime decide that we got to get him assassinated so we can get more, the ratings can go up? When did they decide? I'm talking about the Iranian regime.
Oh, the Iranian regime doesn't give a damn about the ratings. The Iranian
Why would they get him assassinated? I mean, they're working with Israel.
Saying that the regime in Israel needed Khamenei to be killed in order to strengthen the worst of that regime, the right wingers in that regime, so that they would begin a civil war.
So here's the thing, Mustafa. So I want to debunk your argument. So let's say we would see like a regime change, and then Khamenei or Mustafa are not going to be in power. So how are they gonna?
I want to bring transformation. You don't want the game change.
So let's say it happened, like overnight, people come to the street and they do the regime change.
No,
so that's so risky for them.
I don't want this criminal regime in Iran loves to massacre its own people to the delight of the genocidal Netanyahu.
Bro, what you're saying, like, you want, because you say, first of all, like, Khamenei is an agent, and then you say Mustafa is also an agent, but they started a war that could lead to regime change. So why they want to take this risk?
The regime needs the genocidal regime in Israel as an enemy. Do you understand what that means? That's what Dr. Mossadegh said.
Mossadegh said something else. It is about colonialism and internal despotism, and that applies, yes. That is to perpetually feed each other and create a vicious cycle that makes a kind of complementary dualism and despotism and colonialism, especially in the developing world. It's a true relationship. But then the territory that you take, or you take this out of context, bro. You are saying I'm a little bit lost to make sense of it. Like, I didn't get that Khamenei made Israel, or Israel made Khamenei, and then Israel told Khamenei to be killed. You're losing me at some point, you know.
Okay, let me explain. Okay, and I'll try to.
Is this always like that? Deal. Set your princess, drive. Yep.
Hey, I'm wondering if you could explain the title to me. Hello? 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 Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, can you explain the title of the room to me? Hello?
Yeah, what's going on?
Hello?
Doing, buddy?
I ain't your buddy, pal. Running for mayor. And you got your title backwards. Earth is the non-duality. Hello?
Oh, you running for mayor?
Come May 1st, I'll be a candidate for mayor of Chicago. Hello?
You said Earth is non-duality. No, I doubt that.
Oh, so it means Earth is duality. Okay, sure. If you say so. That's why I asked if anybody could explain why Earth is duality, but nobody could do it because it's a little challenging. But you were close, but it's actually the opposite. Earth is non-duality. Hello?
Yeah, explain yourself.
Well, All you got to know is that non-duality versus duality. Everybody thinks that the non-duality is a gnosis, but the real non-duality is just the way things are, your everyday life. So the enlightenment is just opening up a Coca-Cola and having a chicken shawarma sandwich. Hello?
Well, that's the easy answer, but not the accurate answer. But it's the popular. Yeah.
I mean, it's everything. It's before you go to sleep and you jerk off and then you go to sleep. Like, it's a lot of things. It's not just one thing. It's a lot of things.
I did it. Came in here all one. So you be attracted to some of them motherfuckers. Boy.
Son.
What the hell?
Oh my God.
Son, he came in here at you.
Stop putting that in these heads, Omar.
Yeah, we did. Swindle's a bitch, yeah. Y'all scared of a nigga named Gregory. Gregory.
Y'all took Swindle's side.
A nigga named Gregory. His name not Swindle, his name is Gregory.
So I'm not the only motherfucker that put you there. Alright.
Yeah, I ain't never been
Oh, yeah.
You got two front teeth.
Here's the stuff. A lot of people don't realize this about Latin America. So when it comes to the rhythm and the percussion, so a lot of Latin American music, a lot of you guys might not realize this if you don't know much about music, but it's like I'm kind of making a sound you can't. You can't tell why does that sound unique, but it's like they call them like triceros, the way the drum pattern goes with the kick and the snare drum, and how they play the chords, which you can often be percussion instruments in between the beats, and you get so for example, if you look at Mexican music, you look at Caribbean music, even South American and Central American music. What they have a drum and rhythm pattern that has largely been, even though they have a very small population of black people, those drum patterns do they have an African influence basically, and it's which is weird. And a lot of people a lot of people who might not have an ear for it, but they'll see Africans that are I guess what you would call primitive, that live in literal huts made of like straw and grass, playing these drum patterns, but there's like a level of intricacy there that.
Dude, what the fuck?
Man has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way that he
The Pepe Retribution Tour, the Pepe Rehabilitation Tour.
to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will. has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when, how he will. The man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he For a man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he
Backstreet Boys out the fucking Botox, labs, bro. That shit, Backstreet will go. If they did like a Backstreet NSYNC, Britney Spears mashup, they would because that's our generation. You know what I mean? Like that's
The Backstreet Boys sold out at HSBC Arena back in the day. I had to drive, the girls there to go see them. And, like I'm a dad, I grew up with them, and I'm just watching it through the screen, and I brought all their friends. It sold out. I was like shocked, and it wasn't just sold out by like little girls or teenage girls. It was sold out by all the moms. Like they were literally there. They were crying. They were still like jumping up and down. And I was like, oh my God. And you could see all the dads were all sitting there in the TV rooms just watching it, watching the concert. And then the games were on. So of course we were watching the games. But you were just like, oh, for fuck's sake. All of us men were sitting there just going, I can't believe I'm going to spend the next 2.5 hours with this going on. Listening to Backstreet Boys.
I tell my bitch no. I tell her, maybe that's why I'm still single and I'm about to have kids, but I'd be like, look, we're just not compatible. You want to listen to this shit for several hours? Like fuck you. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, and when you have teenage girls, you realize that, you know what?
Well, yeah, okay, yeah, well, you signed up for it at that point.
Yeah, well, I always say this. Any man will die for his son. But a dad of a little girl will literally burn down the world for her. There is something different between that little princess when she clasps your pinky and you look down at her for the first time, you realize that you would literally set the world on fire to protect her.
It's weird. I have two nieces, no nephews, but yeah, I do for whatever reason find myself like what do you want to do, gorgeous? And then she's like, I want to do this, uncle. You know, I'm not gonna say my real name, but it's like, okay, yeah, let's do that. And then I'm it's like gosh, this is gonna sound weird. Not a simp, but like I'm just like, oh yeah, whatever make you happy. You know, it's just like this cute little my cute little nieces. I don't know.
Dude, that's how I ended up having like 5 chickens, 2 turtles, an axolotl, an assortment of fish, 5 birds of various types, 4 cats, 4 dogs. I mean, you do those sort of things. You know, granted, we had no TV. We had a lot of books, but I made sure that there was no TV for God until they were, I want to say, when was she? Man was 9. I think 9 when we first got the TV.
Hey, since we're talking,
So it should be either.
Is the means for bringing democracy to Iran?
No.
It's not the state of Israel. It's interesting.
Has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. The man has the right to think what he to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, and mold, build that will, to dress as he will, for man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. But man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slaves shall serve. Of 58, love is the law. Love under will. Man has the right to live by his own law,
This is an advertisement by Preckwinkle. Recently re-won the title.
To work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slaves shall serve. 1258, love is the law. Love under will. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man.
And just like
Yeah.
They'd sit back and say, okay, seems to be good, but we've been around 3,000 years, so we're not going to knee-jerk this. They look at America, 250 years, and they're like, their balls haven't even fucking dropped yet, and they're strutting around going, we figured it all out. Yeah, Persia and China are like, well, okay, youngin'. But no, we've been around for a couple thousand years, right? Like, we're not going to knee-jerk this shit. We're going to think this through.
Yeah. All these cultures, they all have their own strengths and weaknesses. Like, there's nobody could ever doubt that the United States has the greatest geography in the entire world. The geography just makes
the United States, Canada, and Mexico, like the very center in the fucking. You go off the right side, you get to Europe. You go off the left side, and you head into Asia. You know.
How dare you? How dare you? Go, you demon. You know what, Perk? God damn it.
I firmly disagree with all of you. I firmly disagree with all of you. The center of the world is California. Period.
But we'll never get invaded either. Those oceans are big, and we'll
exactly. California will never get invaded, except for maybe by 10.
Yeah.
No, that's true. The United States will never ever be invaded.
How dare all of you? Tell that to the poor victims in Pearl Harbor. Tell that to the family of 5 who died from a Japanese bomb in northeastern or northwestern America during World War II. How dare you? How dare you suggest America will never be invaded?
That's not an invasion, though. That's not an invasion, Cypher. That was an attack.
That's barely an attack.
Pearl Harbor was pretty big. That was a good damage.
We lose more people to school shootings.
We lose more people to heart attacks per week.
Okay, Pearl Harbor was flashy, but come on, we kill ourselves way better than that.
But you know what I think will happen? Because everybody does want to move here. I think in about 100 years, our North American population density will go up quite a bit, and we will mature. And I think we might mature into a very sophisticated, very, very interesting culture. I'm not saying that we're not interesting now, but I mean, like, it's different.
Performer. I don't think we're gonna. We're getting dumber by the fucking week.
Yeah, 100%. And also, when you say that North America is just like the best geographical, whatever, what you're saying, let me tell you this. You realize that you can pray in any direction and directly be praying to Mecca. Like, you realize we're on a globe, right? Like, we're like, sure, if you have one opinion, you got to point in this way and pray to Mecca, but the reality is that we're on a fucking globe. You can pray in any direction. You're literally directly praying towards Mecca.
Mecca's cool. Mecca's cool, but have you been to Yosemite? Like, Yosemite is way more impressive than Mecca.
And the Japanese kanji for the United States is beautiful country. Like the writing of it, because they said when the Japanese, when they opened up during the Meiji Restoration, they sent tons of people into the United States to Harvard and Yale and all of it, and then stay a couple of years. This was like in 1860 something, and they said it was the most beautiful country they ever saw. So if you deconstruct the kanji for the United States, it means country and beautiful. That's it. It's true. I think the United States has the best geography in the world.
Most people have a single country, like more than 30 miles outside their home. Yeah. It's changing now a little bit, but it's not. Dude, I used to I'll just leave it at that. It's like I haven't seen much of the U.S.
Oh man, I haven't been there for a long time. I gotta go. A store in Naples, Florida might take some of my perfumes. Maybe I'll bring my wife down there. I heard it's beautiful.
So I could, oh man, if I were to guess, I think I've probably been to like less than 20 American states, but frequently visited, right? And also there are still places in Canada, certain provinces that I haven't visited, right? But one thing, because you mentioned a perfumer about the Japanese characters, right, their language. Something that's fascinating, and I'm sorry, I don't want to divert the conversation, but the development of the Chinese language keyboard has everything to do why China is fucking killing everyone in technology today. It was something that happened in 1976. This dude, Chu Fu, developed this method, because you have to understand, like, how do you fucking, like, America's coming in with keyboards and this new thing, the computer, and Chinese people just cannot.
Wait a second. Was his name actually Chu Fu?
Yes, Nice. It was Chu.
His name was Long Dong.
Chu Bong.
Long Dong Fu.
How dare you? How dare you? Ching Chang Tong and you demons. His name was Chu Bong Fu. You can check this. And it basically says, hey, how do we take these thousands of characters, like somewhere between 2,000 and 5,000 characters, and break it down to a keyboard, right? You can type on, right? So he comes up with this idea of like, let's break it down to like the roots. Right, and then in '83, this dude Wang Youngmin comes up with a system that breaks that into literally a QWERTY layout.
Wow.
So Chinese people learned how to fucking type on this. They could actually type faster than people who were typing on QWERTY keyboards in the West, and that had a massive influence.
Oh, I gotta look this shit up now.
It's fucking fascinating. It's nerdy as fuck, but like the development of the Chinese keyboard had such a massive role.
Oh no, this is the stuff I like.
Yeah, the Chinese being able to access technology and it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But let me say this. Everybody's born right-handed. It's clearly only the best of us that overcome it.
Oh, are you lefty? Yeah.
Left elbows up. Yeah.
Yeah.
7% of the population, brother.
That's what I did about studying Japanese. I gotta go to Kyoto in the fall. By the way, if any of you guys ever have extra money, go to fucking Kyoto City in the fall. Just look it up. It's unfucking believable. It's so gorgeous. It's so gorgeous.
No, Canada is the best geography, you fucking demon. You've traveled.
Ontario is nice in the fall. That's true. That's true. Yeah.
I'll say this, and this is why everything you said about Canada being like that, or North America being like the geocentric best, like, dude, Saskatchewan versus Tokyo, fucking Saskatchewan versus Thailand, Saskatchewan versus, are you kidding me right now?
I'm just talking about warfare, you know? Like, nobody can invade us, right?
For Canadians and Mexicans and Floridians.
Very, very small.
You gotta be afraid of the Floridians.
Florida man. Have you been to Naples? It looks really nice. Kind of one of these rich resort places, I guess. Yeah, so I gotta go to Japan in the fall. I better study now until the fall. Go see my in-laws.
I recommend you book with WestJet out of Calgary because those flights are fucking crazy cheap right now. Yeah, it's insane. But also, you're not going to have to wait for 5 hours to get on your plane because you live in Canada, right? Perfect.
Yeah.
And you know, neither here nor there, but like today, we had the first deployment of ICE agents in American airports. Killing it, by the way. I saw some of the footage. They're just killing it.
Did they fuck up already?
No, they're
literally standing around doing nothing.
Well, that's awesome. Hold on, Romero. They're snacking, and they're drinking water, and they're walking around, and then they're taking breaks, and they're getting paid. And also, Romero, they're also 5 or 6 of them are in bulletproof vests are watching TSA agents. Not many, because most of them have quit. But they're watching the few that are there who manage to find a way to work, even though they haven't been paid for the last 30 days or 40 days. And God knows, you know, they live paycheck to paycheck. They're not billionaires like the politicians who are refusing to do their jobs.
Man, that's so
crazy. It's insane. Yeah. So you see this footage of these 6 ICE agents drinking their water bottles and just standing there watching the one TSA 6-year-old woman busting her ass trying to get these fucking people who've been waiting in line for 5 hours to get on a fucking plane. Right? Matters, at least to me and maybe Perf, probably not to you guys, is that the 2 Canadian pilots that died in the LaGuardia aircraft, right?
Ah, man,
Canadians, yeah, it's so fucking crazy. So the head of the Canadian National Air Safety Board was trying to get our specialists to the airport so that we could investigate what the fuck happened and why our two Canadian pilots.
Right, yeah.
And we had to pull in fucking favors in order to get our expert on the fucking plane because the airport they were in America had a 4-hour fucking wait. They missed their fucking flight to get to LaGuardia to investigate the death of those two Canadian pilots.
Oh, man, that happens everywhere though, bro. Like, it's
But does it though?
Yeah. I mean, Canada's not. Listen to this arrogant guy. Canada's all sorts of fucked up many different ways as well, guys. 1,000,000%. The problem with our country is that we can't get anything done. We can't get anything done.
Okay, you fucking American CIA traitor. Tell me, no, please. In French, you fucking, oh, God knows you can't fucking do it in French.
I can't speak French.
No, obviously, because you're a fucking American CIA plant. But no, tell me, traitor, what's so much better in America? Go ahead, list 5.
The weather.
5.
The weather.
Oh, dude.
The beaches.
Vancouver.
Oh my God, fucking dude, that's 7 months of constant rain. It's as bad as Seattle, dude. No way. No American in his right mind says, Jesus, I'm going to move to Seattle for the great weather. That's one. Number 2, choices. Like, in Canada, we've got, like, 3 things to choose from for everything. We've got, like, 3, what do we got? 3 internet providers. Yeah. 3 parties. Well, we've got more parties in the States. No, we're just so limited with our choices of food, of housing, of places to live. We've got, like, so many fewer towns, so many fewer landscapes. Like, yeah, we've got all sorts of different landscapes between, like, cold and fucking die from, yeah.
It's not our fault that you guys don't have enough babies. Right? You guys need to get on it.
Yeah. And it's going to be Canadistan. You know, it's Punjabi is now the second language. I don't have a problem with that. I like the Punjabis. But nah, man, I don't even know what it is to be Canadian. Like, I wonder what holds the country together.
Hockey and Degrassi.
Yeah, but it's not even like that. It's like, fuck. I don't even know what it is. Like, when I go to Japan, I know what Japanese is. Right? When you go to Canada, you're like, what the fuck?
Well, the North American countries of the United States and Canada both are defined by a lack of any one specific culture, right? And like, American culture is, I don't know, honey packets at KFC that says this is not honey.
We got the same thing though. We just got less of it.
Yeah,
like, so, America's small.
Yeah, you know? But a lack of particular culture is the defining culture of the United States.
We're going to argue the delta between our America and Canada is that America kind of locked in on this, like, white God anti.
Yeah. We don't even have white God in Canada.
No, but here's the difference, right? Is that when immigrants come, every wave.
Well, actually, this is where you do stupid bullshit. Because nobody was talking about the Jews, you goddamn retard. You know what you did? You did something terrible. It sounds so horrible. I just moved you to the audience. Nobody's talking about Jews in this fucking space, you retard. I was talking about how people will essentialize certain things like they are the utmost importance. Now, imagine you're a Catholic. Imagine it's your religion. Imagine it's your ethnic background or your nation of origin. It doesn't matter. People essentialize things, and to some extent, it could be right. That is, for them, that is of the primary importance.
entity going to encompass everything that is important? That is where the shit kind of breaks down. And so if you are an American, and let's just say, like myself, do I think that we should have somewhat more of a homogenous identity? Yes. Do I think that a lot of the things the far left would or fuck, even the center left would promote amongst us is healthy? No. But do I think that my race is the most important thing? Or, you know, by the way, I'm not a religious person, but that you being Catholic is the most important thing? No. Do I put anything in, and will I ever put my eggs all in one basket? No. But what happens with the is that they do put their eggs all in one fucking basket. And like, how do you actually make shit run with these kinds of fucking people? You don't. I mean, imagine you had nothing but extremists, whether it was racial, ethnic, religious, extremists. These people will never come together. And, you know...
Notice how Pepe never mentioned the Jews one time, but HX does say he did.
Read on, like, Pepe is so...
I didn't say anything about Jews.
I know, the whole time.
The Jews did this, the Jews did that.
You didn't say anything about the Jews. About the Jews, I was.
Yep, I didn't say anything about the Jews. I literally...
Oh, but you know what, Pepe, and this is what I try to explain to people all the time. They're like, oh, you Jews are like the blacks, you know, whenever I say nigger, you know, you Jews do the same thing whenever we say kike. And I'm like, the reality is, yeah, you're going to find some sensitive faggots like BB and stuff like that. They're like, oh, you called me the K word. Oh, no. But, like, the reality is, most Jews don't give a shit. You know why? Because we're fucking successful. We work hard. And we're intelligent enough to know that words are just fucking words. And, you know, the reality is, we are on the fucking top. So go fuck yourself. We don't care.
Well, and that's the weird thing is, like, I've never, like, disliked Jews. And, you know, there's black... Yes, you get this minority of black people that are absolutely problematic, and you get, in addition to that, a minority of
black we don't like the Hasidic Jews, and we don't like
hold on. Okay, that's fine. I don't care about Hasidic Jews.
No, I'm just saying like the liberal cuck Jews, the secular Jews. Nobody likes them anyway.
Well, I don't necessarily care about them either. But okay, so you're going to get God damn, dude, you made me lose my fucking point. Holy shit.
Your point sucks in the beginning. That's why you lost it.
Shut up, Frank. You're a fucking bootlicker if I've ever met one, dude. You're such a pussy.
Why you're such a dumb cunt. You know, the Tucker Carlson type. Dumb cunt.
Tucker Carlson type.
Arrogant. Stupid, arrogant. All this like the Jews this.
I wasn't talking about Jews in this conversation, you fucking retard.
Yeah, you were.
No, I was literally talking about...
Yeah, you were, bro. Everybody...
No, I had to move him down. I was literally talking about how you have people... Okay, and it's really funny, and this is where people are so similar to each other, is that if you look at... Since he mentioned Jews, you have like every political ideology Jews have, but when it comes to the in-group preference, or I would even say, you can go from supremacy to absolute, like they're just a bunch of fucking hippies. They have it. It's the same with like fucking Mexicans. It's the same with people from Russia. It's the same with people from all over the world. And you know, it's not uniquely a Jewish problem. Where what I would say though that like. In America, it was like which Jews were coming to the United States after, particularly after, you know, the 1900s. We did get a lot of the most educated, radical Jews that came in at that point. For the most part, most Jews that came here, they, you know, starting particularly in the 1800s, but they've been here since the beginning. They were, you know, kind of like
The real variation you would see between the two is whether or not
Lebanon Palestinians, they can live in peace without that piece of shit Israel. Anyhow, this situation with regarding the Nelson Mandela is not just Nelson Mandela. It's a Gandhi, it is a Reza Pahlavi. Approximately, I would say, in and around 5-6 years ago, he came, he said, I compare myself, I think of myself like a Nelson Mandela. And this shit that is here is comparing it is the same shit that Reza Pahlavi was chewing in his mouth. That's what that he compared himself for. Shut your mic off, Kay. He compared himself for Nelson Mandela. And then he compared himself for Gandhi. And then he came to the Iranian people and said, accept me as your representative. And then he became, and then he said, look at me as like a father. Every time he maneuvers around, comes up with different type of area. He, at the end of the day, he is a puppet of Israel. As I've said before in here, I had a guy in Toronto. You can look at my profile. I used to create demonstration. At the most, we would have demonstration of 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 people. And one time we had in the Women Lives Freedom, we had approximately 70,000 people. And from this many demonstration, we had in Toronto 50 people. I can count their names. I can say their names. Count them in my hand. 50 people wouldn't be that he had supporters in Toronto. Okay? And because he knew his father was brought by United States coup to Iran. His grandfather sat in by England to Iran. So Iranian people, they know this history. And inside Iran, Mossad had planned their members, their people inside Iran. So they knew they were gonna kill Iranian people. Mossad agents, they were prepared to kill Iranian people to bring Iranian feelings that, oh, Iranian government is killing. No, Mossad started. So they asked him, he announced that you guys come up this time. That's what the announcement was. Mossad is beside you. Mike Pompeo said that. Netanyahu said that. All the official Israelis said that. Mossad is beside you. And then when the people, of course, Iranian people, no doubt about it, they don't like the government. They have hard feelings with the government. All that, no denial. And I am one that I am against this government. I'm talking like this. I'm not a Iranian government stooge at all.
Wait, you're not.
But I would say, yes.
I can't believe you're saying this. You used to go to like sheikhs' houses and like harass them.
Yes, that's me. Yes, that's me. I'm not.
This guy, bro, Amir, this guy used to go out knocking on the Shia sheikhs' doors and be like, "Yeah,
that's me."
How this podcast closer?
Yeah, I wasn't displeased because I
you're not a fan of this?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I used to be part of this up to 2018. After that, I was against him because I knew what a son of a bitch he is. And then
are you reformist?
I'm sorry?
Are you a reformist that you want to see reform within the current government?
I am a reformist to the point that Iranian government, I don't care whoever stays in there, they should look into corruption, like billions of dollars.
I want to know to what extent.
What do you mean to what extent?
So you want to see that the regime is toppled, or you want to have a reform within the government?
At this time, I don't want the regime to topple. No, at this time, I want Iranian decent, young generation that they don't want to steal. They would have monitored the Iranian funds, and they would have stand with people
and with the vote of the Iranian people to be in there. If at this time, if the regime topples right now, you are not going to have any Iran left. Iran is gone.
I can't believe I'm hearing you say this. You're the last person I'd ever think you would ever say. Like, what really made you like change about this? Like, what is it? Israel? Is it like the crimes that they've done? Like, what's like made you change your stance so firmly?
From the 12 Days War, I changed. From the 12 Days War, I stood with. I know the war is between our country of Iran and Israel, not government to government. They wanna take Iran. They wanna break Iran down. They wanna destroy Iran. And for the reason that I have been fighting all this time for my country, for my people, for freedom of our people, for better life in Iran for our people. I was not fighting to I become the president. No, I was not doing that for that. I was not fighting for anyone to become the Shah. I was fighting for millions of dollars, billions of dollars of people's money was funneling out of the country. I was fighting to prevent that, which I did. I did a lot of it. But at this time, when the 12 Days War came along, I knew what's happening because I was involved with this Israeli situation. I knew what's going on. Please don't open your mic. I knew what they are doing. A lot of people don't have an idea what they are doing. They were after me, 2020, they asked me to burn the Quran down in downtown Toronto because they said you are famous and this and that. We will look after you. I said, no, I'm not going to do that. They asked me to carry on the Israeli flag. I said, no, I will not do that. Israel is not my country. My country is Iran. And we had so many meetings with my people, with them, and like they tried to control. I refuse, and I will refuse. I stand with Iran right now. I plowed. Right now, I plowed. I repeat it again. I plowed all Iranian forces that they are defending our country. I don't care is it Basij. I don't care is it Sepah. I don't care is it mandatory or soldiers. Whoever is that they are there. They are helping. They are right now fighting for our country. They are standing together, and I applaud them. And I am proud of them.
So Nasser, let me make sure I heard you correctly. You said some 8.
I'm sorry. I don't hear your voice.
You broke out, Shape, you broke out.
He's gone.
آدم با شرفی آقا میشناسم.
آره واقعا دمت گرم
خدا من چند تا رفتم.
Let's keep it in English, please. English is English.
They're saying,
he said he's a man of very high dignity that, you know.
Yeah, he changed his position. There's a lot of them that change their position due to the war.
This is very important. Like, you know, he's saying, basically, he's giving us the inside track, right? And it's exposing what's actually going on here. So, which is hate of Islam. That's what this boils down to. It doesn't boil down to freedom for Iran. When you have mosques being burned, Qur'ans being burned, and people cheering for bombs falling on their own country, what kind of fucking world are we living in now? Where people want their own country to be bombed? It's fucking ridiculous.
This is
that's why shapeshifter. That's why America need to decolonize the Middle East as soon as they can. It's not good, bro.
But hopefully, Iran is gonna come out of this situation, and it's not gonna go down. And I am willing to go for my country, to be honest with you. And I don't think that right now everything is mixed up. I don't know even if I go, they will allow me to enter my country. And my heart is broken for my country people, for our people.
that they are getting slaughtered by the bombs that fall in their head, and some idiot motherfucking piece of shits are bragging about it that our country should get bombed. This motherfucking piece of shit with a Pokhladi, I named him Pokhladi now, even in Iran International, underneath, by mistake, they wrote in Pokhladi, his name, and I haven't honest to God, Pokhladi, Pokh means and, shit, in Turkish language it means shit, that's what Pokh means, and by mistake they wrote that, and this motherfucker goes to Trump in English.
Person for your people at Jack. Like, imagine all the people that want to be nice to the purple black skin
people are private property. That's how you. Objectively, that's just it. And I would just. Well, what I'm saying is. Do you justify these activists coming in and rescuing these dogs and stealing these people's dogs, taking them? They're all gone now. These people that have this.
10,000 gone. I opened my Facebook gone. I opened another one, bang gone. Another one.
Hang on a second. I'll give you the mic because I want to see the little pushback that you're gonna give him. Just hang on a second. Let him finish, and then Nasser, if you can finish it up in a minute, brother, and then I'm gonna give it to Velvet. He's gonna give you some pushback on it.
Sure,
Okay?
just a minute. I don't even want to fucking talk to that fucking bastard piece of shit. Those people, they should not be fucking allowed. I don't want to waste my time with them. I don't want to even hear that motherfucker. Another thing is, the Iranian government right now, they announced $50,000 for whomever they say who Mossad members in Iran. And then Iranian government should give them $1,000. Right now, if they do that, they will arrest all those bastards that they are killing innocent people so they can show, oh, Separi killed them or Fitch killed them or whatever. Right now, still they are killing in our country, these motherfuckers. Thank you.
Good job, man. Good job.
So, before we do that, I'll give you 1 minute to give a little pushback a little bit, and then I'm gonna go to the next person. Because that place doesn't chamber. Go and say it.
Yeah, of course. So first, regarding the whole comparison with Nelson Mandela, because people were saying that no, we can't use them in the same sentence, which is stupid, obviously. But I would accept that. Let's compare him to another evil person whose name was Khomeini, right? Khomeini, regime, he urged people to take to the streets.
Shit is 1,000 times.
He urged people. No, shut up. By the way, you are being recorded. Be very careful.
Can you tell someone not to insult? Can you tell them not to insult?
Okay. Do me a favor, not to insult, because there's some people here, they support it, so let's keep it civilized, Robert, okay? Alright, so let's
why don't you warn them when they in Reza Pahlavi? I mean, why don't you warn them? He said whatever he wanted to Pahlavi. I will tell Khomeini was a devil, was an evil person. He was a demonic creator. Anyway, he urged people to resist against Shah, okay? And in particular, 87 people got killed in Jaleh Square. 87 people got murdered. Who was responsible? For
Nasser, stop coming off the mic. I'll give you the mic after he's done. Do not come off the mic.
You're provoking
87 people, just in that particular case, also people got killed. 87 people got killed in Jaleh Square, what we call as, many Iranians call as Black Friday. Who's responsible for those people being killed? Shah or Khomeini? It was Shah. Anyone who killed people, that person who is responsible.
That's the point I'm making. Fucking Shah killed my cousin.
the point I'm making.
I understand you, motherfucker.
You get 10 minutes of uninterrupted speech to us.
You fucking piece of shit that I you
I remind you, not there. You are being recorded, okay? You need to be careful. IRGC in particular, because you might be considered a terrorist supporter. IRGC has been designated as a terrorist organization in the US, in Canada, in Europe, and Australia. Okay? Be careful not
The NATO is terrorist.
I will end with this. Anyone who kills people, that's the only person who should be blamed, and period.
Can I jump in the queue? Can I say something?
Wait, it's my turn. So I want to give it to Sayed really quick, and then I'll come to you in a second.
Can I have the mic for a minute? I mean,
I want to get Sayed. Sayed is
my cousin. Listen, at that day, my cousin got killed, 3 bullets on his chest, and the Iranian army was the one shooting at the Meydan Jale Square. Meydan Jale is above the Meydan Khorasan. Khorasan Square is above that. So I know exactly where it is. I know what happened at that time. These stupid idiots, they have memorized something from that parallel stories that they brought the Palestinians shoot the Iranian people. Shut the fuck up, you motherfucker. And you are allowing him, he's threatening me that he's recording my voice. You can watch the subject and record whatever the fuck you want, motherfucker.
Well, the recording, turn it off. He didn't give you consent to record it, okay? Just turn it off. So if you're done, Nasser, I'm going to give it to Sayed. Go ahead, Sayed.
I appreciate it. I apologize for all the other people that I
you did great.
It's frustrating.
You did, just be quiet. I'm gonna.
We understand, Nasir.
Wait, I'm gonna answer this fucking refugee. He's a refugee. He needs to do something like that for support himself in the country that he's living. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. He doesn't have any choice to come back to his country. Because of that, he's trading his country with the others. These refugee guys, they don't have anything. They don't deserve any shelters. You know, if he is in my country, I would ask my government to deport this fucking idiot to the outside, because he's trading every country. He may one day he come and trade my country too. So my motherland country, right? Yeah, man. They don't change the nature. You know, the nature is like that. I don't know. Maybe his mother, his father was trader too. We never know what's going on. So these guys, they are like that. So whatever comes over here, if we accept what Velvet is saying, it means that moment during the Shah, some terrorists came over inside the Iran and they tried to do something like that. And nowadays, the moment this government announced that they were terrorists, this guy comes and says that they were not. This is the conflict of, the mind. If you accept that one, why you don't accept this one? This government says that these guys are the terrorists, they came and they killed the people. And then you are coming and every time you are saying that 40,000, something like that. You never condemn 175 girls got killed by USA. You never did it. Are you Iranian? Real Iranian? You are not. You are getting paid, or you should do psych-cocking for the people to keep you in their country because you are a refugee. You know what I am telling? You are stupid. You have nothing, no ball for yourself. If you had a ball, you would put your real name. Nasser is the man. He is putting his real name. He is putting his real picture, and then you don't have any kind of ball on yourself. And you are coming and crying every day here? Bullshit. Whatever you are saying, that everybody knows you are saying that by means. You are getting paid. You are getting paid to do that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So go record if you want to record. Go record whatever I told to you, because you have nothing in your body. You know what I mean? Even though no brain, no bulb, you are cocksucker. That's it. So if there is somebody like you selling their country and don't condemn the attack to the children, and the children they get killed, why we should talk with you? You are idiot. No more.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak next.
Taco's next. Go on, Taco.
I'm gonna make it short real quick.
Taco is next, please. I'll give you my
Thank you,
Taco.
Amir. I just want to point out to you guys the fucking hypocrisy of what Velvet just did twice tonight. I don't consent to being recorded, but I want you guys to really listen to this. Good. When talking about Reza Pahlavi and the January 8th massacres, right? He was saying you can't blame Reza Pahlavi for that massacre. You blame the person getting shot. No shit. That's the exact same thing we're saying right now about Iranians getting killed. We blame U.S. and Israel for the innocent civilians getting killed. No, you gotta blame the regime for that. You can't blame the person. The regime started the war, not Israel and U.S. No, they literally admitted they shot. So you just fucking fucked your own argument, you idiot.
Okay, my turn, right?
Go on.
Okay, so it is listening to Velvet's perspective and listening to like Nasa and Shapeshifter and everyone. I realize it's so important for everyone to like see what is happening and see how what could happen in Middle East if America doesn't decolonize Middle East. NATO and America, they need to leave their bases. Because if you don't, listen, like Velvet, you know, people in Pakistanis maybe, the people rise up and they're going to ask China to overthrow their government because they're being oppressed. Yeah, and before you know it, maybe Americans will rise up and say, dear China, overthrow our government because we're being oppressed. So America needs to think for what they're doing. They need to
ask China for what? Can you repeat again? The China what?
Other countries might ask, like China, to liberate them from their oppressive regime.
Okay.
So
which other regime they're gonna go after?
Like maybe some Pakistanis will rise up and say, dear China, please come help us and remove the Pakistani regime and free us.
And which other regime?
Right. So this is happening to people, and it's because of America, and they have their bases there. The governments are not being strong, so people are naturally acting up, and they want other countries to come and bomb their countries and remove the regime.
Is that it right now?
I don't know that. Sometimes when she speaks, it's like just really low IQ.
Well, I want China to come and regime change America. We need to get rid of the Zionists out of America. So go Team China, Team Iran. I'm all for it. Come on. Regime change here. Fuck the Zionist America.
No, but this is going to become a trend. Listen, but this is going to become a trend. And it's not going to go in the best way we want it to. What if Hitler comes in power and people like, dear Hitler, come free us from our, rightful leaders?
Usually you want Hitler to free yourself from Taliban?
No, I'm
He
giving
wants
you a
Hitler to free your people from Taliban. Oh my god.
I'm giving you a hypothetical example. This is what could happen to people.
I'm talking. Hitler, same as a Khamenei.
Hang on a second, Abbas, just hang on a second. Rob, did you want to say something?
No, just go Team China, Team Iran, strong. I'm on board. Let's go.
Cool.
Zionist fuck. That's all I can say. Thank you. And I love you, Nasser. I loved everything you said, Nasser. Brother, peace to you. Recognize everything you just said. Complete respect. So clearly articulated. And thanks for that inside information about their sleazy tactics that they were trying to use you for their propaganda. Very much appreciate hearing it first-hand, very few people here with any first-hand information. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. But one thing we have to understand that in this whole war divides country by country by country. And is that us people will make our destiny, what we can do, what we cannot do. We cannot live, for example, in Iran, ask United States to come to change regime change for us. That's Iranian people's their own burdens that whether they want to change the regime or they don't. For years, I fought against Iranian regime. But when I saw other country enter to the situation, immediately I changed my position. Immediately I stood with those that I was fighting against. Those I was fighting against, they are the same, my countrymen. It's like my family, we are in the same home, we have family, we have problem with each other. And therefore, like when somebody comes from outside to attack my house, I stand beside my family members that I had a problem with. And I will not allow those people, they shout for Pahlavi, they shout, yeah, come bomb our country. Those are traitors, those are a bunch of lunatics. They have no brain of themselves. You cannot talk to them for 1 hour. If for 1 hour, they will not have an answer. You ask one question, they will twist it, they go to different direction because they have no answer. And right now, I will make it simple for you guys. As much as I was against this government, current government of Iran, okay? This government approximately has been 47 years in power. The Pahlavis, father and son, they were about 50 years as well. In their time, we lost 1,600,000 square meters of our land in Iran. Take it from Ararat Mountains and Bahrain, all they were gone. In this regime time, we did not lose even 1 square foot of our land to nobody. And I'm proud of them. I am the fucking regime that we have not lost 1 square foot of our land. I stand with and I applaud them. I thank them for it. And I thank them that they are fighting for Iranian people and they are our soldiers. I mean, I will tell you one story. One soldier is about 20 years old. He is sitting on the launcher, on the ground to air missiles area.
Nasser,
and he gets hit.
Nasser, we fucking love you, dude.
Thank you, appreciate it. He gets hit. He gets hit in Azerbaijan, Tabriz. He loses his arm. He still stands on the launcher until that now doesn't go away. That there he says, my country is getting hit. It's not my heart, my life, it doesn't matter. And he gets shot, blown away in that launcher. And this kind of people we have as well. But unfortunately, these Pahlavi people, they have no moral, they have no audacity of humanity. They are a bunch of lunatics, warmongers, and they have been stuck in 1979. Their father probably was butler or something for the king. They think that they're going to go back in time and they're going to say, yeah, this is such and such grandson, this is such and such a son, he should come in power. No, Iranian people has the power. Iranian people are going to lead the way. There is no room for Pahlavi. We kicked them out in 1979. Iranian people kicked them out of Iran, and that's goodbye. When you throw up, you don't turn around and eat your own vomit. We have thrown them out. Goodbye. Now we will. The basic destiny of Iran is in the hands of Iranian people. That's the bottom line. Nothing less, nothing more. Pahlavi can go fuck himself. Thank you.
All right, I want to give it to, we have Pearl
Kitover, did you want to speak, or should I give it to this other guy? No. Okay, I'll give it to Raza. Raza, go on.
Okay, what's happening in Iran right now is American intelligence agents are distributing sniper rifles to civilians, and the civilians, as snipers, they're called dog hunters. You could Google this. The civilians in Iran are sniping the Basij and the Revolutionary Guard. So what's happening right now is through Pakistan, there's peace negotiations. Those peace negotiations may succeed, but if they don't succeed, America has a backup plan of distributing more sniper rifles. And also, America, please let me finish and then you can criticize it. Why are you interrupting me?
Nasser, please let him finish. Please don't interrupt.
The sources, but you cannot
Nasser, please mute up.
Nasser, I never interrupted you. You're a human piece of shit. You're garbage, so fuck yourself and stop interrupting.
Okay, Zionist, carry on.
Okay. I've always been respectful. I've never interrupted anyone.
Yeah, very respectful.
Plan A is America will sign a peace with the IRGC. Plan B is America will kill the IRGC and let the Iranian military have a military dictatorship. If that succeeds, America will distribute weapons to the civilians and they'll overthrow it. And if that plan,
Nasser, you have to come off the mic, man. I'll give you last warning for about to move you down.
You know, the moderators.
I hate this fucking interruption. I hate this interruption shit, man.
I have to say, I have no respect for the moderators of this room. You allow shit to interrupt everyone. Fuck the interrupters.
Are you done? Okay, there's no point. And also, you gotta stop interrupting. You do this all the time, brother.
Amir, when they come with the lies, the propaganda lies, they are just distributing propaganda.
We know it, Macro, we know it. We want to hear their propaganda so we can pick it apart. It's very easy.
Let them expose themselves, then we're gonna attack them. Don't worry about it.
It's very easy, very transparent.
Let them expose, let them talk, let them we hear them what is in their mind, then we're gonna answer them perfectly. Like Velvet now is, you know, the pool in the forget about. Like Velvet, you see, he is listening to us and then he's recording whatever we are saying. He is a very good boy now.
So, Mister, it's useful to hear what that idiot just said, right, about their plans. Because they're so stupid, they give away their plans and then Iranians can easily plan ahead and compensate in advance. They're so hubris.
He was telling something against themselves, Ralph.
Yeah, exactly.
They were telling something against themselves. They were saying that sniper. Now they are conducting the terrorists.
Yeah, exactly. And this is exactly what Scott Ritter and others have predicted was the plan. Months ago, they said the plan will be an initial aerial attack. They'll try and degrade military targets when they can't hit anymore because they're too hard to find. They're all buried underground. Then they'll go after some infrastructure. It's exactly what they're doing now. And they'll try and terrorize the population, and then they will sow the seeds of civil war. They will arm militias. They will try and ally, Kurds and the others against them who have already turned down their offer. And then they'll try and do exactly what he just said. Great. That's what they did in Iraq. There were taxis full of weapons. They were handing out guns to just random people in Iraq to create a civil war and complete chaos. He's just exactly described what they want to do. What he doesn't understand, when you give guns to civilians, they'll say, thank you very much, and they'll shoot American troops. They're not going to fucking shoot their own government when they're being bombed by America and Israel. They're going to use their guns to defend their fucking country. The other guy's a complete prize chump. It's not going to work.
Amir, can you please bring that gentleman up, and then we listen to him, what is in his mindset? I mean...
He can come up. Reza come up. I don't know why they would go down.
Reza come up and
it's very sensitive, man.
Whoever said that Velvet is a good boy, that was diabolical to me.
Okay, so I will repeat myself. America produces more than 1 million sniper rifles a year. America has plenty of spies inside Iran right now who are today distributing sniper rifles. The first people that are getting sniper rifles are the family members of the 40,000 Iranians killed by the IRGC. Now, everyone in this room cheered and celebrated when the IRGC killed the 40,000 innocent people. But
no
family members, I didn't interrupt.
No, you can't lie like that.
I didn't interrupt you, so don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
No, you accused us of a lie.
Well, okay, well, you can respond when I'm done speaking. You can respond when I'm done speaking.
We will.
I'm just giving my own, as an American, I'm giving my own perspective. My perspective is,
America.
Yeah, my perspective is the people of Iran hate the people in this room with a passion, and the people of Iran will get sniper rifles, and they will kill every member of the IRGC, and every mullah, and every religious leader, every single religious leader, every mullah, every IRGC member will be killed by snipers, and then the people of Iran will take over, and they will have a regime that loves America. And America and the new government of Iran will be great allies, and they will work together to keep the price of oil high. And so you will have the price of oil set by the new government of Iran, new government of Venezuela. America will be Pax Americana. It will be a utopia. And the people in this room remembered as scum and traitors. Everyone in this room will be spit on by the people of Iran. I'm done speaking. I'm happy to hear criticism of my view.
One person at a time. Respectfully, Reza, we don't. Hold on a second. Hold on. We never celebrated the people that got massacred. Okay. Respectfully, I think we get your facts straight, man.
Amir, can we all take a moment to spit on Reza just for a second?
Yeah, we're gonna shit on him.
Everybody else, go ahead.
Tough.
I don't spit. It's not worth my spit. I'm not wasting my spit on that idiot.
And provide sources for the guns. You made a claim about guns. You provide sources. Source up. Otherwise, I would suggest you to shut your fucking mouth. Do not make stupid fucking claims when you can't back up the claim with.
Yeah, we are not happy with what's going on in Iran. What happened? Because we don't support IRGC. That's the first thing we say that over here. Okay, so we don't support anybody who is killing the people. We don't support anybody who is bombing the country, our country, or motherland. We don't support that fucking guys, okay? So we never support invasion to Iran. We never support these guys. So this is what we are saying, that there is a way everybody can be happy. If somebody stop interfering the others, if somebody thinks they are the super leader, they are the superpower, they can do whatever they want, then nowadays is not the time doing that. They're gonna get hit, they're gonna get, something in the ass. Later on, they're gonna understand that is not the region they should go through. If somebody stops and then takes the patient and then doesn't do anything, it doesn't mean they don't have the power. They can do whatever they want, they can defend themselves, and they didn't invade any country in 200 years. You can go and see what's going on. Whomever they are invaders, they are wild. Because of that, they called wild westerns. They name it, because they know that. That's it. So be proud of being American. Yes, you guys are in debt. You guys have $30 trillion national debt because you are living with other countries' money. Now you are losing that money.
He's a Zionist. He only cares about Israel. He's an Israel first. He doesn't give a fuck if America goes down the tube.
Why not? He said he's American because of that.
He says he's American, but he's a fucking Zionist. Don't you understand, you guys? Zionists in America put Israel first, and they run the American government. Every last one of them is an Israeli person. He's one of them.
He is not
he doesn't
Is this
even
serious
know.
right here? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely not an Israeli. Whatever.
This guy I'm talking about, Reza. He is a Zionist.
Yeah, but you said every single one of them.
Yeah, every Zionist.
Night King, just give me a second, please.
Go ahead,
He
sir.
doesn't even know. He doesn't even know how to say Iran. Us Iranian, we never say Iran. That's George Bush's accent. Us Iranian, we don't say Iran. Okay. If you are an Iranian, go first learn how to say Iran. You cannot.
Claim to be Iranian.
He's not a disgrace to Irania. He's a traitor. Why would you expect from him?
He's just got a silly name and a picture, but he's an American Zionist.
He's one of those like like Beverly Hills Persian Zionists and shit.
Right, his voice, you can tell him a mile off. But the minute he opens his mouth, he's a Zionist. Maybe you don't live amongst enough of them in America. I do, and I tell them, trust me, when I hear a Zionist voice, it's just loud and clear. He's a Zionist, trust me.
See, Israel has been training a lot of the Israelis how to read and write Persian, and they're teaching them Persian language and everything else. This has been going on for so long. So he's probably one of those with Dr. Mohammed Reza King with a picture profile, his profile. And pretending to be an Iranian nationalist.
Yeah,
and
that's very common.
Iranian nationalists would be proud that they would come, they would brag about other country killing their own countrymen.
Yeah.
I don't, as much as I used to have a problem with the IRGC or Iranian regime or whatever, I would never want to see any other country to come to kill. Even I consider them as my enemy, but that was my countryman. I did not stand to see other country to come and killing my people. They are my people, they are Iranian. And if it comes between me, look at us and Jews, I would definitely stand with my enemy from Iran side by side. Just like now that I'm standing beside them. If they need help, if I can help, I will definitely help them because they're my country people. And by the way, to those, I want to say something else, to those Jews that they think that they've been promised 3,000 years ago. And my slogan is, we are superior race, arrogant race, that the whole world has been promised to us 7,000 years ago, not 3,000 years ago. So you guys are way behind. We are 7,000 years ago, this whole world has been promised to us Iranian. If I want to be an asshole,
I don't support that one. They don't ask questions again. I never listen. Now another guy, the black last night, he gonna come and say that they are the superior from the Africa. The guy was from.
You think we are superior? Our race is superior? Compared to Jews, yes, we are the superior. Yes, we are smart. We are elite. We have been shut up. Shut the fuck up for a minute. We have been around before 7,000 years ago. Our country was not 70 years ago. Okay.
So, Nasser, I have a question for you. Let's say.
Interaction, so doing something together in that capacity increases the unity and the bonding thing. And then the last is ABT, always be touching. 4 things to do to increase loving relationships. Okay, Raf, you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, so my principle here is very, very clear. I don't care what government you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you represent a government, you represent a terrorist organization, you represent a group, an institution, or you're an individual. If people are on private property and you are removing them from your private property, they have full authority to take you the fuck out. So you cannot have
And
people.
be more specific with us again to this topic, not fucking metaphors. If
Oh,
you're on
sorry,
private
what do you mean?
property, which property am I talking about? What are you talking about? Somebody's house property, a condominium?
Yes.
Taking who out?
Private, right, private property.
Are getting police? Like, again, you're speaking in metaphors. Specific to this topic.
Private property. Whenever private property is private property, private property is going to be property that's owned by an individual. There's going to be a name that's going to own a piece of property that they've paid for, they've secured. Okay. So a home. Okay. So in a case where these people, whoever they are coming, displacing, taking people outside of their homes, that's war. That's war.
Okay, so Dima, I'm asking you a quick question to make a bunch of statements and metaphors. If your neighbor is an active shooter in your area, and the police come to you and say evacuate because there's an active shooter right now in your neighborhood, are they going to force you to evacuate for your safety?
So,
yes or no?
So there's two answers to that. Bear with me. Hold on. Legally, right? Because of this perceived social contract, which I reject. Okay. But legally, if you want to appeal to authority and appeal to legality, yes, legally they could do that. But morally, can they do that? Absolutely not.
If your next neighbor has a fucking bomb, and it might go off, and they need to send in the bomb squad, are they evacuating the area until they fucking bomb?
They don't. You cannot force it. That's the whole point of private property. No.
So if somebody has nothing to lose, and they don't understand the difference.
Let them stay there.
So then you would want. Then later on, you want articles, Israel's killing civilians while they're taking out terrorists because the terrorists are hiding behind civilians.
No, what you have to do.
How do you expect this to work?
Sure, because you can't indiscriminately bomb. You have to actually know who you're targeting. You can't target indiscriminately civilians and civilian areas and populations because there might be somebody there. Because you wouldn't do that in Israel. You wouldn't say if there was Hezbollah, if they went into and they were hiding as IDF, okay? They were fucking wolves in sheep clothing, right? They're inside. You're not gonna say, oh, well, you know what? I'm gonna blow up no. And you know why? That exposes the hypocrisy of the value of the human being. Okay, the point is you're not gonna bomb a fucking entire area. Stop being lazy. That's what I'm saying. Stop being morally lazy. If you want to get Hezbollah, you go and get Hezbollah. You do not. Hold on, and I'll finish, and then I'll hear you. Hold on.
Your house might get shrapnel that might get your house damaged.
Hold on.
Okay, later on, deal with insurance or so on. But your life is the difference between insurance that's going to pay you off for fucking structure compared to your life. Because once you don't have a life, no insurance is paying you. Nothing. You're not going to see that money. As long as you're alive, you can rebuild. Okay?
Oh, right. Well, this is the thing.
Well, this is the thing. So you're considering your life. Right now, you're being my life, my rights. What are you? It's not a freedom fighter. This is people. If you don't think for yourself, there's going to be governments that come and start thinking for you, and they're going to tell you what to do.
Right. And that's bullshit. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's bullshit. And it's because that's war.
That's bullshit.
No, hold on. It's according to you. You're saying because
and a person that understands the difference between how much life is valued, that they don't want civilians injured, and yes, the home is a structure. Let it get fucking bombed. It can be always rebuilt. You cannot fucking rebuild a human once he's in fucking pieces.
Okay, so you don't know any better than another human being. You respect every human being. Okay, hold on just a second. Hold on. You respect every human being, and unless you think that you have some moral authority over your neighbor, or you have some better idea than the person next to you, you have no moral authority. All it is a mumbo-jumbo, fucking mysterious magic words on pieces of paper that you think you could go and remove people from their private property. If they think that it's a good idea, Rafi, they'll leave. If you go to them and you say, hey, look, we're going to be doing this, take it upon yourself. If you get killed, we can't help it. Let them make their decisions. But I'll tell you, hold on, but Rafi, part two, there's part two, well, hold on. No, because I let you finish. We got to go back and forth. And I'll
But
But
again,
the part two, but this is together. So let me just finish this.
that's not fair. You can do
Well,
points.
it is fair because I need the second part. I need to get the second point off. So the other thing, and now I forgot. So fucking go ahead.
Okay, so the first point that you said, if he wants, it can stay. Those people have nothing to lose. But tomorrow, let's say they do what you say, stay there. They decided to stay there because Israel decides not to fucking value life, which they do. Okay, because they don't care for the structure, they care for the life, for the valuing of the person's life. Tomorrow, if that person dies due to military operations because he's being negligent and he doesn't value his life, there's gonna be a new fucking article on Reuters. Israel's killing innocent people in war because they're gonna describe, oh, that person was being a fucking dumb cunt and decided to stay in his house and not follow the rules because he didn't value life. The title's gonna say Israel's killing people, and you're gonna go repeat it like a bird.
Okay,
And
well,
that's how anti-Semitism starts.
okay, well, listen.
Same thing with you. The problem is with people like you, anything you do, you always find a reason to see the negative in it without seeing the positive. Same thing, if tomorrow Israel will fucking find a cure for cancer, you're gonna say, but what happens if those people wanted to die?
No, what I'm
saying.
No, what I'm
Why
saying.
are they being forced for treatments? So let me ask you a different question. When you go into a hospital and you're
If you're a small
a threat to yourself, and the doctor sees that you're a threat to yourself, and you say, you know what? I'm not getting admitted. I'm walking out of the hospital, and the hospital takes you and they admit you with however I forgot the words again. My English is not good. They admit you because you're a threat.
Baker Act.
Whatever it is.
Involuntarily commit.
Involuntarily.
Yeah, the Baker Act, yeah.
Okay, sure. Involuntarily commit. Is the hospital is doing the wrong thing in your opinion? Because what after that person wants to be a threat to their life? Are they allowed to lock that person into a mental institution to stabilize?
Bima would say no.
This is what you're basically saying, Bima. If I see as a doctor that this person's a threat to society or to themselves, and I want to better that person, and I impose that act or whatever you guys just said, does that make me a bad guy?
So you're creating an extreme
Hold on. Because of terrorist or high civilians, Bima, and you're reading a fucking article, and the way you're reading it without actually dissecting it, that's anti-Semitic, because you're just spewing a statement without understanding what the fuck that statement even means and why they're doing it. Why are they doing that? When you read it, did you even think why they would do that? Or no, you probably didn't. Why they're different? Because what, you think they're taking the land there?
Well, Rafi, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to respond. I don't have to ask why because I have principles, and what a principle is, and allow me, a principle is irrespective of time, circumstance, and location, right? It's you have a fundamental truth which with other truths can be derived, which means that it doesn't matter. You can replace any variable. It could be Israel, it could be the United States, it could be my neighbors, and you would remove those variables, and in that same exact scenario, if it was my own family, I would still stand with the exact principles that I'm saying. And the principle is that of private property. So hold on. So my point is that
you did the opposite just a minute ago.
Rich, shut the fuck up, please. I don't want to be mean to you, but please. You just stop.
You said, why are you using such an extreme?
No, I didn't, and I don't know what you're talking about. So listen, this is the point. The principles are the same. You don't have the authority. You, a government, doesn't have the authority to remove somebody from the home, from their own private property. If you do believe that, you don't. Hold on, Abby, please, let me finish. You see me struggling, Abby. Help me out.
Yeah,
I had to fight through.
You're saying your opinion. I'm sorry. I just came in, Bima. I apologize.
Thank you. No, it's okay. I'm fighting through Rafi, okay? Because he said that I'm bipolar and I'm inconsistent. I'm letting him say, I'm telling him, no, I'm very consistent. My principles are extremely consistent. And that is, private property is one of my fundamental consent, non-aggression principles. These are my principles, right? And you're not going to take any human being, any other institution or government, and if somebody has private property and they have a home, you're not going to force them out of their home. home, because that is war, because that is an objective criteria that's built to say, okay, private property, I have the authority as a human being, right? And unless you believe you have a moral authority over me to dictate what I should and should not do, then yeah, that's what I would consider.
May I respond to you?
So
May I respond to you on that point?
Let me just finish with Rafi. I hope you can understand how I'm not being inconsistent. That same matter what, you're not going to tell people to remove them from their private property. And I guarantee you that Israel isn't paying. I mean, maybe there are, and it doesn't matter, because it ultimately, what I'm saying is that million people that were displaced recently, if it was up to me, they all would have bound together and they would have fought the aggressors to stay in their homes. And if you wanted Hezbollah, if you wanted the terrorists, go and find Hezbollah, the terrorists. That's no problem. That's no problem. I don't mind, and I do not deny you the ability to find home, to find people and identify Hezbollah.
Can I just respond quickly on the first? Can I respond just on your concept and your principle of private property? I'm not going to get into the political end of this. I just want to talk about the logic of what you just said. So, as we live in America, and we have private property, and we have an expectation of privacy on that property. However, we live in a city, a state, let's take the state, where the governor or the head of that state has to protect the health, safety, and welfare of all the citizens of that state. And if you are on your private property and your existence or your use is a threat to the society and the community that you're living in, then to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the entire community, the government has a right to come in and remove you. So I'm going to give you an example of where this happened. And it happens to be in the city where I grew up. It's a very famous case, and they were called MOVE, and they were a Back to Africa movement. And there was a bunch of people living in a house, and they didn't believe in hygiene, and they didn't believe in, they were all this back to nature, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to give you all the details. They had lots of children, lots of pets, lots of rats, lots of bugs and all kinds of different pests that were also living within the property. Neighbors would complain because it was so rat infested, and there were little children living there, and they wouldn't control it because they said it's their private property. However, they were a safety hazard a safety problem for all of the neighbors, and there were constant complaints. The city health officials would come in. They said it's private property. You don't have a right here. This is our property. However, it was affecting the community that they lived in. Ultimately, they got into it with the police. They shot a cop. They murdered a cop that were trying to get into the property because they were a health hazard for the community. The long and the short of it is, many of them went to jail. The city ended up dropping a bomb, an actual bomb from a helicopter onto the house, and bombed the house, and it also destroyed several of the other houses on the block. And it was a very famous story, and you can read about it. But it talks about...
Hold on, did they evacuate the people and force
They evacuated all the neighbors. All the neighbors were evacuated.
She agrees with all that.
But let me just finish the story.
Don't they have the choice to stay?
They didn't want to leave their property.
Don't the neighbors have a choice to stay while it's
No, the police evacuated all the neighbors because they were dropping a bomb. The neighbors had the choice to stay if they wanted to stay, but for the safety, the police...
Hold on, you want to tell me, if my next door neighbor's house about to fucking blow up, the police come and say, we're about to blow up this house, we need you to evacuate. They say, no, I want to stay. The police are going to let me stay in my house while they drop a bomb.
No, they're going to remove you.
But Abby, you're missing it. Her ideology.
I just heard the part you were saying, Dima, about private property.
She would agree with the black people.
Wait, let me just explain. When you were talking about your concept of private property, your property doesn't exist, in a vacuum. It exists in a town, in a village, in a city, in a state, in a country where there are rules and regulations. And yes, in that scenario that I just gave you an example, they refused to leave their house, and they were arrested, they were removed, and ultimately the house was incinerated by a black mayor of the city. And the group, there's a documentary that just came out on Netflix about this story. So the first part of what you're saying, no, your house, although you have that expectation and that right to privacy, under our Constitution, the policing powers of a government override that private property when there is a compelling need. When there is a compelling need to protect, hear my words, because this is the law, a compelling need to protect the health, safety, and welfare of citizens. So that's how our law works, at least in the U.S., and there's case after case about it. It's a very hard test for the government, for a court to say the government has a right to take away your private property rights, that it's the strictest scrutiny. It's the highest level of scrutiny our court applies, but it will take those rights away if it's protecting the rest of the citizens. Now I'm done.
Go ahead, Bima. Agree with the black people and say that was wrong what they did to them.
That they were protecting the innocent life compared to a structure.
Oh no, Bima would have been on the black people's side. She's gonna be as soon as she comes off mic and tell you how it's wrong.
You can Google. I can put the stuff about movement as well. It was Wilson Good was the mayor that dropped the bomb on that.
I mean, if you think about it, it can't possibly be the case that this refuge that you can have in your house is absolute, because otherwise people could just mount machine guns on their houses and sit inside and just shoot.
Sure, that's why she's an anarchist.
It's not a
if you're an anarchist, okay, but no working.
Michael Africa, they all had Africa as their last name.
But no working society could work this way, because like I said, you could mount machine guns, shoot everybody passing by, and say, oh, well, we can't go in and arrest anybody because they're inside their own private property, and it just doesn't make any sense.
So the conversation was, and I'll give you a little breakdown of it, that Israel is running operations right now in Lebanon. And they're running operations because Hezbollah is in Lebanon, and they are sponsored by the IRGC, which Israel and America are right now fighting a war with. And so while Israel has boots on the ground there, they had to evacuate people from a certain area in Lebanon where there's military operations. They're not evacuating Hezbollah, they're evacuating innocent civilians where they don't want their lives to be taken due to the operations. And the problem was with Bima, she was sitting in a room today, I would say in a black room again, and everything in life is everybody else's fault but mine. Let's read an article and judge it. And she wrote how Israel is doing this. She's just reading an article without dissecting it and claiming this is the story. And I asked her a question, Bima, why would they do that? Because they value life. You don't see it in such a way. You're seeing as Israel's coming as the aggressor and taking people out of their homes like it's a bad thing. Instead of saying, wow, Israel actually cares for a fucking country that has nothing to do with them, for the people that have nothing to do with them, for their life and safety. She is criticizing how the operation, but after those people wanted to stay, they have the right to stay. Yeah, they have the right to stay, but you have to be fucking psychotic just because we're not fucking animals. And the way you're portraying and reading that fucking article and trying to say that we're animals, because if we would have let them stay, we would have killed many civilians. And tomorrow a new article would have came out and said, Israel killed civilians. You're going to sit there on stage repeating like a fucking monkey see, monkey do, and blaming again because people people like that have shitty lives, and they blame everybody for their shitty life around everything around them, but not to reflect why is my life shitty? What makes me a shitty person?
Well, you have a good
blaming others.
Well, you have a good point. What you have happening there is the humanitarian effort is violating people's rights. So it's kind of crazy.
So anyway, you like I said, tomorrow.
Robbie, can we from Bima? What's her take on all this?
Yeah, it just sounds like a bunch of institutionalized justification for violence. That's what it sounds to me.
Wait, are you replying to Abby's story?
Yeah, what about my story, Bima?
Both.
The Africa movement.
Yeah, I can respond to that. So,
as you're the mayor of the city, this is happening.
Right. So if I was the mayor or the city of the city, obviously we would come up with some negotiations and some situations with the people to let them know what their harm. Just because you have a choice on your private property, as soon as you start to affect people around you, right? And that's what you said was happening. That they became a well-being nuisance, right?
Plus they had little
whatever.
kids, so it was welfare checks also that the city was doing because there were babies in there.
Okay, perfect. So you can't just do whatever you want, right? As soon as the things that you're doing are going to trespass or begin to interfere with others' private property, you're no longer in the realm of private choice. You're in the realm of damage, invasion, harm, reckless endangerment. When you politically are causing that. So that scenario is, it's, I can't, I mean,
you understand
I don't justify what they did ultimately, because what I understand happened was that what I'm learning is people died in the fire, 5 children were killed, and more than 60 homes because of this one home. And that's what I hear is nothing but justified violence.
And the murder of a police officer.
And that's insane to me, and that's a crazy justification, right? There's a million ways that.
What would the million ways be, since they refused to leave and they shot a cop? They tried to get them out. But give me what you would do.
Well,
if they refused to sit down with you. So how would you get? And when they tried to reason with them, they came out with guns and killed a cop. So what would you do to remove them from the premises? And they refused to, and you're at a standoff.
That's war, Bima.
Well, I definitely wouldn't drop a bomb that killed 5 children and 11 innocent people and destroyed 60 homes. That definitely wouldn't be the case. If it was one home, right, there would be a issue with that one home, right? I mean, like, what are we talking about here? Do you think that would be justified today? Are you talking about a justification? Are you justifying that as that was the right thing to do?
Am I? I was a young lawyer when this happened, and I remember the murder trial of Officer Ramp that they murdered. I do remember that. I remember the problems. This went through more than one mayor. It was, years of fighting this group and trying to get this group to.
So let me finish. So let me finish up so I can address and everything. Rafi, yeah, let me finish. So ultimately, yes, a community, the members, the neighbors, they all have a right to defend themselves against what was happening on their property from the cause of the home, right? And that's their self-defense. No, I don't believe that just some mystical right to do whatever you want, that you just place a government and they can just do whatever you want. No, I think that's bullshit. I think it's bullshit, right? The people had the right to defend themselves. If there was hazardous things happening on there, they had, because they're the only ones that do restitution. Nobody else is due restitution. So they had the ability to stop whatever was happening. Yes, they did. Okay, right? So it's not like.
Who's in the right and who is in the wrong on that one?
Definitely not the government. Definitely, there were two actors, and the government was way wronger than than the fucking people that were on the property. Because I mean, you're talking about they destroyed 60 homes, and they killed kids and children.
Yeah,
if you were to justify that, I think that's insane. That's institutional barbarism. That's exactly what that is. It's a state bombing somebody. You're multiplying the harm, killing innocent, destroying not just 2 or 6 or however many, 60 homes. All right, that's not community. That's literally institutional barbarism. Okay, so that's what I think about that. I think that it was.
So how would you protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Philadelphia?
In the same way that an intelligent species could figure out, people are much smarter than me would be able to figure out in this and take time needed to figure out how to negotiate and how to figure out
so what I'm hearing is you said it's overreach by the government to have done with it, to go in and with force is what you're saying. That was overreach. Okay, so now let's talk about Clive and Bundy. Now let's talk about Clive and Bundy. So if you think the government was overreach for going after people on their private property, then do you think you're justifying the Bundys and Clive and Bundy then?
Remind me of what that wasn't. That had to do with federal land.
Yes.
Wasn't this federal land, right?
It was a standoff, and it was shooting at cops. Same thing. So, but on that one was the government overreach going after the Bundys? Yeah. So you're saying the government shouldn't overreach, but do you think it was okay for the Bundys to shoot up cops?
What were the cops doing? They were taking their
cattle were grazing on federal land.
Mm-hmm. And they were what were they doing with the cattle? What was the state doing? What were the government agents there to do?
It was federal land, because Nevada is 87% of the state is federal land, and they were trespassing, claiming that they had the sovereign right to be on that land, and the government told them to leave that land, and they had a standoff, a gunfight, an old-fashioned Nevada gunfight, and the government went in with full force. There were people that died. So was the government wrong in using force? I mean, you just said the government shouldn't use force. Was the government, so are you taking the side of Clive and Bundy then, and saying the government shouldn't have come in with force to remove them off government land?
Well, that's an excellent question, and that's why I believe in private property. That wasn't private property. That wasn't private property. That was public property as far as anybody's concerned. Well, I don't believe in collectives of death, because that's a problem that's what causes the arbitrariness of what the collective and specifically the ruling elite are going to decide to do. Right? That's why private property completely eliminates that. Specific owner, and it's very specific. There's very drawn objective lines. That's why private property is a very important principle. So something like that, that's going to get messy, and that's why I reject. That's why I reject this.
So let's say back to
social contract is trash.
Hold on, let's go back to private property. What happens? You're on your private property, and as Abby said, there's rats, there's feces. You're endangering your neighbors because you're careless. Now your neighbors are getting sick, which now is a burden on the healthcare system. You're constantly calling the police. It's a burden on the police system. And everybody's paying taxes because you have one rep.
Yeah, she already answered that, Ralphie. She said the individual neighbors would have had the right to defend themselves against that, but the government doesn't, because it's a collective and they're not individuals.
So you think it should be a wild, wild west?
Yeah, the neighbors should have went in with their guns and fought them.
Why does it have to be an immediate escalation to violence? No, the neighbors could have gotten together. They could have, if you wanted to use the government, you wanted to use the mayor, you can say that would have been the institution in my ideal world that would have been hired to come and deal with the situation. And they would have had, and then this institution would have come in because they would have been hired by the private property owners around. Their tax dollars in, their quote unquote tax dollars. Hold on. So I understand that. Hold on. Okay, how many times are you going to say that?
They voted for the government. They voted for the mayor. They voted for the friggin' the military there, and they did vote for it. They chose to have that federal land be federal land.
Okay, so getting back to what I was saying.
Federal land, all the individuals vote for a specific thing, then the government implements it. That's exactly what you're fucking saying.
Well, if that was the case, then there wouldn't have been an issue because it would have been a clear case. Because the people would have said the same people that
in having the shootout because the collective of the people voted for that fucking laws the way they were in Nevada.
You mean the majority?
They voted for the 87% of that land to be public or governmental land. So if it's governmental land, that's just all the people voting together that they want it to be that way.
Right,
so
and that's
all people together voted for those individuals. Yeah, the Constitution.
And the Constitution, under the property clause of the U.S. Constitution, grants plenary authority to Congress to manage federal property, including land. And
so you agree with the government in Nevada then?
No, because what would happen? No. Well, if you let me talk, the difference would be the difference. It's still the same. All right, why do you guys act like it? When you're losing, you're acting like children. Why are you acting like children? Have I insulted either of you?
No, I'm not.
Have I insulted either of you? Okay, so then when you start to lose, why do you want to personally insult me? Why do you both want to act like children and insult me? So you don't think by calling somebody bipolar because you don't like the way that I think? You're saying that I'm bipolar. You're saying that I have a mental health crisis.
Correct, you do.
All right.
You have an
No, Rich, stop.
You have an anger issue, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, an anger issue?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. You're mad at life. I don't even need to be a psychiatrist to tell you this.
Dude, I love life. What are you talking about? You're wrong, Rafi. Stop.
No. You love life.
This is ridiculous. I'm not going to be psycho. This is sick. This is some sick shit.
I don't have to be a psychiatrist.
You can't possibly believe the shit that you're doing, Rafi. Rafi, I hate life. I hate life, but you're going to insult me and result to personal insults
Yes,
because you can't just conduct yourself as an adult and have a back and forth. Abby doesn't have a problem with it. Abby doesn't insult me personally. Okay.
Fucking lesson here.
Because Abby's not intimidated. Abby isn't intimidated by you. That's why.
Nobody's intimidated by you.
That's bullshit.
Just have the argument without insults. No reason to call her bipolar or anything like that.
She's literally said that she's bipolar and that she
No, I'm not bipolar, Rich. Stop
She's bipolar, non-relevant.
This is some sick shit. I'm fucking out of here. No, you guys are ridiculous.
Demon, take a look at that.
I'll tell you why, guys. She's good at dissecting everything in a negative fucking way, but she doesn't see the positive or the good reasoning of it. Because when I give her the good reasoning, she still goes for a negative outcome. Everything I saw her already for the past week. I've been noticing how she speaks. Again, I grew up a little bit different. I'm a little bit more old school. I watch how people talk, how they flip-flop this and that. I'm not a fucking graduate or anything, but I know common sense. And I know common sense very fucking well. And I know when I see a sick person, delusional person, and she has a sick problem, she will take anything and turn into a negative. She will blame everybody around her for her shitty life, but herself. She will find every reason to find a negative and a positive. Instead of finding from a negative situation a positive thing, she'll never reflect it. She's always going to be miserable. And I'm sorry, these are the types of miserable cunts that make society fucking horrible.
The problem's actually more fundamental than that. So she's under the belief that, look, these problems can be resolved through negotiations through their neighbors, and you don't need a government involved. And to the extent that she's correct, that happens now, right? You have a neighbor, let's say, who never cuts his grass,
So it starts by people going over and telling him, hey, can you cut your grass? You know, it's causing problems, blah, blah, blah. And if it works out, that's great. Problem solved. The issue is what happens when you have a person who refuses. That's when you need the police action of the state. Somebody has to go in and say, no, you're going to have to do that, or we're going to impose fines.
Yeah, but she already conceded that. She conceded by saying that if the collective group of individuals come together and then hire the mayor to implement these rules, well, we've already done that. Nevada already did that when they already fucking had elections and voted these individuals into their positions to govern the state.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. When she acknowledges that the police action is required at the point that the person refuses, the other solution she was talking about is a variety of negotiations and voluntary agreements. That's fine. That's already in place now. It's when it breaks down. When the group says, no, I'm not leaving the house. The group says, I'm going to commit criminal activity. At some point, the state has to take action. And that involves arrest, intervention, whatever it is that they have to do.
You know the irony, guys, why I brought it up? Wait, hold on. The irony? Because the left is really funny with this. They'll take the position of the move back to Africa people against the city going in and I agree. I mean, Wilson Good, it was how he dropped the bomb and the results of it. I mean, it's lots of criticism of it, but the idea of going in and removing them and taking possession of it, the left will argue the city was wrong and they didn't have those policing powers. But then if you tell them the Clive and Bundy story, they'll argue, oh, the government should have gone in with these sovereign nation or sovereign rights people that don't believe in, government power. And, like in that situation, because the Bundys took all their rifles and went, and had the standoff, they'll take the side of the government. It's just, that's why I brought up the Bundys, because I hear it all the time. I mean, there's such inconsistencies on it. Yeah. And it's really the same story with both.
She's not taking a principled position. So she acknowledges that the state has this police power to take action. What her issue with MOVE was the execution. So the execution issue is separate from the principle of whether the state has the right to act. So the state has the right to act, whether they, took proper precautions or took the right steps is a totally different issue.
But the state has the right to act. That's the point. There's a point where you just don't live on that island. I mean, you could go find an island where you have no jurisdiction around you other than your own, but that's not how people live in the most of the world.
Exactly. If you want a functioning society, you have to have those limits.
I mean, what's wrong with obeying the law? Just what's wrong with that? I don't understand these people. Matt, you wanted to say something?
Anyway, one of the dudes just got out of prison. That's what one of the documentaries I put in the chat. One of the movement.
Well, what happens is these people have a delusional sense of the right of property. And what they have to realize, if they really believe in the right of property, then you have to also accept the state has to take certain actions in order to maintain that right. Because if
Zox, does this violate TOS?
I'll tell you her position on this. She would say that the collective people who agree with themselves, the other people, would then have to take their money and go and hire agents to actually protect their property. So they want to be able to opt out of having to pay taxes, having to be part of the government, having to agree with everything the government does. And you would say, well, what about voting? If you don't want to fucking agree to it, then don't vote. They would make the fucking same argument about taxation is theft. And if you don't pay your taxes, the government will show up and put you in a cage, which is accurate. It's kind of shitty, if you don't want to fucking agree with what they're spending the tax money on. But her shit would be, hey, if we have an issue with this person and encroaching and causing violence upon us, then we should be able to go and hire like these mercenaries, and the mercenaries can then go in and deal with it instead of the government itself.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Thing that you can't opt out.
That argument doesn't work. It falls apart because then what that means is anybody can take anybody. And exactly, anybody can take anybody else's property just if they have more force. Yeah. So that means you're negating the right to property. Now you don't have any right to property. The only right you have is to what you can take by force from others. So it actually ends up being the negation of what you want. That's what I'm saying. If you really believe in the right of property, you have to believe in the right of the state to protect those rights. Otherwise, you don't have any rights.
It's called finding a negative in a negative situation. She wants to go more negative into it. That's why I said this person is a very negative person. Like, this type of person will never succeed in life. It's going to be miserable.
Well, where I just think she doesn't.
Did you agree with her?
Where I disagree with her, and we've argued this in the past, my position is at some point the group benefit outweighs the individual rights of somebody. So I think the threshold should be high. People want to stay in their house and do whatever they want as long as they're not impeding or imposing on somebody. But at some point, so we talked about heroin. I was like, so you think people should be able to use heroin? She goes, well, yes, they're doing it on private. And I said, but time is that leads to the degradation of society if you allow heroin, because you're going to get addicted, you're going to run through all your money, you're going to go steal and pillage, and then you're going to get others addicted. It's just going to lead, there's a group benefit that she's not taking into account.
It's a ripple effect. It's going to be a ripple effect, a negative ripple effect, because what's going to happen is later on, you're going to overdose, you're going to end up at the hospital. Who's going to cover your bill when you're a heroin addict?
And how about your kids?
Reviving you from ODing. Who's going
Rafi, how about also the negative implication effect that you're having upon your children because you overdose and your kids get to see your fucking dead body? Like, how does that negatively affect them?
Do you want to be able to break your kids' legs to punish them? Like, you should be able to raise your children how you want, so I'm going to break my kids' legs.
But it's on private property. But come on, it's private property. You can break your kids' legs.
At some point there is
private property.
I think the threshold for eminent domain should be kind of you should have to pay a ton if you're going to take someone's property. Like the COVID vaccine, we did not meet the threshold, in my opinion, a death rate to force or mandate or coerce people to take the vaccine.
No, but those are execution issues. The principle is just. Now, whether the state met the burden, that's another issue.
But the burden has to be what I was trying to say to her. It has to be the strictest level of scrutiny to take away a fund right. So you're right. With the vaccine is a great example, because that standard. I mean, and it's I think I talked about this years ago in a room. I mean, that case is from 1905, and it's still our law, the Jacobson, Massachusetts case, and it set that standard that the court has to weigh how important it is for the city versus that incredible fundamental of your right to privacy and of your body. And it's a great concern, but ultimately, if you live in this nation, you submit to those what we call our fundamental rights, having some limitations, and the limitation is the protection of the health, safety, and welfare of citizens. I mean, vaccines that are good, and you've raised a good example.
Yeah, I think you've seen. Have you seen the real quick? I was just gonna ask Abby. Abby, have you seen the video making its rounds on the internet about the guy talking about all the different ways that you're taxed? And he talks about how when the British raised our taxes 2%, we ended up revolting and taking our country and our freedom. And then he goes through when you get paid, they take tax. When you spend money, you pay tax. When you buy a house, you pay tax. Every year you have to continue paying tax, or they take your house. And if you don't pay these taxes, they lock you away in a cage. I mean, he's making a pretty good point. I kind of agree with the libertarian mindset on it, but I just don't believe in 2026 you're going to get people if we abolish tax completely. completely. You're not going to get people to
I haven't seen it, but you know who did that, Rich, is, you reminded me of something when you said that. I gotta find this, but Mitt Romney, when he ran for president, had this whole piece that he did about when you're taxed.
You pay tax.
Well, yeah, but before you even die, I think before you die, when you earn the money, how much is taxed, and then you invest that after tax money into the market, and you have another tax on the gain, and then eventually he starts whittling down from your $1 million that you earned, and he whittles it down, and then he gets ultimately to the estate tax, and whatever was left, then 50% of that goes away. So what your kid would actually receive from the $1 million that you earned, I forget what his final number one was, but it was like, 200 and some thousand out of the $1 million that you earned.
How they have overcome Sabines. This revelation of their great master. Into contradiction. Platforming your content about bringing my dream.
Yeah, the problem is it's not historically accurate, and the $1 million analysis is not realistic either. So what happened, like in the the Boston Tea Party incident, was not that the British were raising taxes; they were actually lowering taxes. And that's what caused the problem, because they had in New England, a lot of the merchants had been engaged in a network of smuggling, and they created a very viable black market because of that, because the taxes were high. And then when the British lowered the rates, the problem was that was too competitive, and that's why they had a revolt. So it wasn't because the taxes were going up, because taxes were going down.
By the way, guys, there is not going to be a deal and anything. We're going to have boots on the ground in a couple of days.
What's like, Abby? How do you feel about the ideal of what Texas proposed about eliminating property tax and removing all property tax? Then we wouldn't have a state income tax plus property tax, and then they would just have to raise like the sales tax a little bit.
So how much would the sales tax have to go up to get revenue for the state?
1% or something is what they.
1% of a sales tax increase could get rid of all the property tax, and there'd be enough revenue in the state.
There's nothing around that. It wasn't too radical what they proposed.
Wait, I mean, I don't know what the state budget is, but I mean, how does sales
tax? If you eliminate the property tax, then in essence, then you do actually own the property, and it can't take it away in the sense of like, if you don't pay taxes, then men with guns will show up and put you in a cage and seize your property. That was the argument they were making.
But I don't understand the math. How's the math work?
Basically, it's the same thing that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know the exact numbers, but I know it wasn't too crazy.
There's problems with it, even if you could get it to work. Other than the sales tax would have to go up pretty significantly. So the way property taxes works in most jurisdictions is it funds certain local things like schools and whatnot. So people that live in better neighborhoods have higher property values, they pay higher property taxes, and they're able to fund better schools, which some people say, creates a lot of disparity. But if you change it to a statewide funding, then presumably those communities would no longer be able to benefit from having extra funds available for their schools, and they would lose their advantage of having
specifically, like in Texas specifically, like the county that I live in is like 8.25%, but I think like wide is like 8% or something. So like the individual counties and stuff have different taxes. There's some that are as low.
Oh, different sales taxes, you're saying, so they could have different sales taxes. Yeah, but that wouldn't help because these communities are primarily residential, and so even if you raise sales tax very high, they're not going to have more funds available.
I still don't understand how the
has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, and mold, build as he will, dress as he will, for man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he Life man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slaves shall serve. L58, love is the law.
On the face of reputation.
Love under will.
Some people are.
Man has the right to live by
Joe's
his
a fake Democrat.
he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to reach that he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to for man has the right to love as he has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do. Work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he
Joe's a fake Democrat.
It's gone.
And now you have an audacity as a black rabbi. First of all, they don't have respect for you because you are black, number one. Number two, are coming to defending yourself against the Iran, 7,000 years old country, that you are saying, oh, in 12 days war, they could say this, they didn't kill people, they didn't do this because of that. Who attacked first? You guys expect to attack Iran and to kill people, to kill children, that they are innocent children at the school, not one-time bombing, double dosing, triple dosing, to make sure all the children are died because you guys need sacrifice. Instead of chicken, you guys taking sacrifice from us, Iranian, out from our kids, from our Iranian children. And you expect Iran to come down now? Iran is going to fight for the last minute. All Iranian people. Don't look at this bunch of lunatics, diasporas, this Pahlavi people. You guys think that you guys have supporters? No, those supporters, they were AI from Israeli AI robots, okay? Or paid and for their this publications and ads and all kind of bullshit that they were to spread the Israeli propaganda. Iranian people, they hate you guys. I hate your country. I hate Israel. You understand that? So you think by you bringing us, oh, we are rabbi, we are Jews. I don't give a fuck who the fuck you are. I couldn't give a shit who the fuck you are. If you talk about you've been promised 3,000 years ago, fuck you. We've been existing over 7,000 years. So you can go fuck yourself with your 3,000 years. If you think in 70 years, your history is 70 years, our soccer team has more history than your existences. You guys are fucked. You guys are barked in something that you shouldn't bark. Iran is not Gaza. It's not Lebanon. You guys are all fucked. We are cheering the Iranian government right now. I think they are going through your fucking country because you guys have killed innocent children. This is a revenge for those people, the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's island. Those victims that they have been killed by your country, assassinated by your country.
America has done the black.
Your country your country is terrorist organization in the world. You ask anybody, everybody knows that. You just wait. You're gonna see how the whole thing is gonna be falling on you guys. You guys are the disgusting people that exist in the earth. Have a nice night. Thank you.
So just to respond to that point, the reality is still this point. We're superior. If you do not go along with this 15-point plan from Iran back
You're superior to my ass. You're superior on my ass. Yeah.
We clearly are.
And as the black, you should be more sympathetic in the way that you approach the situation.
No, I did it.
Because as the black, the Americans,
I'm an American citizen.
And
we're the most conqueror's country in the entire world. And we remove the evil that exists on planet Earth. That is our mission as Americans.
I can tell you,
American mission. You are evil from now you're American.
God execute whatever is needed to bring the rains.
No, but I'm saying
all around the world evenly. That's
the problem that nobody understands here right now is that China is the problem.
Oh, they're the saviors. They're not the problem. They're going to solve this
And
problem.
I understand that you may think that America is not the solution either, but China is going to be the biggest problem in the way that their culture is, how much different the Iranian culture is. I love the Iranian culture and the Iranian people, but the Chinese people can be very, very, very bad people.
Where did China? Where did you come with China? Hold on. Where did you come with China in all of this?
And you must not understand, brother, the petrodollar is why the United States seeks to regulate the Strait of Hormuz, with Iran actually must, by natural, they have every right to enforce their laws to that strait because it is their land. And if the United States does not want to play by the rules that the Iranian people set, the United States everything, which you don't understand.
How is the United States? You think United States would lose? You think United States would lose a war with Iran? Are you out of your fucking mind, bro?
Do you think that? Do you not understand? Do you not understand that there will be? Do you not understand that? In order for the United States to come there, they're going to have to send ground troops. People are going to die. They will be very bloody. They cannot fit. They cannot fit the boat, the carrier through there to what they must do in order to quote unquote. They're going to have to send the army, and people are going to die. And if you think that this is funny, and if you think that this is much more than a petrodollar, my brother, you are very, very wrong. If you don't understand the cost, I'm in Los Angeles now. The price of gas is $7 a gallon, and what you don't understand is this is all foundational back to the petrodollar and the fact that if the United States does not just seek peace and agreement in how they do business with the Iranian people and send new leadership over, then that's where the fucked part comes in, because China is not good people to do business with. I know for a long time, Chinese is not good to do business with. They will say all this because Chinese do it a particular way. And although this may seem like a great strategic approach to trade in yuan, but no,
China's
we would be
much-
better.
China is much more pleasant.
And the Russian
China is much more pleasant to trade with than the United States.
Zaytoven, are you producing any beats right now?
Under these conditions.
Zaytoven, have you produced any beats lately?
No, I've been working on my PhD in economics.
You should get to that.
Yes, I know. I'm very busy lately, and it's.
But you're in Los Angeles, right?
I'm in Los Angeles, California.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
And we suffer the
Can you
most.
explain something in Arabic and you translate it for us?
No, it's okay. It's okay. You could use any. I think you could use a.
Is it okay? Can you listen and then let us know what you think?
No, it's okay, brother. You could just say use the subtitle or whatever in the video and translate it.
Salam alaikum, oink for me.
Okay, be quiet.
I do not
I'm gonna
eat
give
pig.
it to.
I do not
Bro,
eat pig.
be quiet, bro. Oh my God, this guy is such a fucking troll.
Yeah. I want to go over the differences between Chinese negotiations and U.S. negotiations when I get the chance. You go. Sorry, man.
I want to give it to the new people of morning. Did you want to chime in?
But it was his turn. Fast.
Hang on.
I don't think you can hear me. I'm traveling. But thank you.
I got no problem. Pearl, did you want to say something? No? Okay, I think she did.
Man, but his name is fascist.
It's okay, bro. I'll give it to him. Just hang on. Say, I don't need a co-moderator, man. Let me run the way I'm going to run it. Thank you. What'd you say, bro?
I said, do you like my display picture?
I can't hear you.
Do you see my profile picture? Do you like my profile?
I don't know what that is. Anyways, go on now.
He's the IRGC who is the speaker, who is announcing all the things from the IRGC. Is that clear?
Francis, it's on you, and then Cash, and then Mike.
Yeah, with your permission, yeah, I agree with the co-moderation. It's not required. Okay, so the difference between Chinese and US way of dealing. So what have we seen from the US? They just surprise attack a country, steal their presidents, surprise attack a country, start blowing things up. How about trying to start negotiations with people and in the middle of those negotiations start killing people and then coming back, pull back, and then say one piece and then start negotiations again, then start killing people again. Let's compare this with China and their designs on Taiwan. They've been very patiently and for a time been seeking peaceful resolution when it comes to reunification with Taiwan. If you ask me, Taiwan would be stupid to keep siding with the United at this point because they're a waning power. Money simply the best direction Taiwanese is to go with China. I'm going to now talk about these apparent evils that dealing with the Chinese means. The Chinese society is not an evil society. They're very respectful people. In fact, if you go to the shops, you can see how polite they are. I mean, you compare that with a lot of different people. I mean, you're talking about a very big country, and they have a lot of rules, and the rules are generally pretty good because it keeps people from overstepping, taking advantage of each other, and oppressing each other. It's a hierarchical system. Right, there are issues with free speech, of course. There are issues with all kinds of things, all kinds of freedoms. But with those losses in freedoms, certain types anyway, comes a lot of safety. Okay, so in the US we see the opposite. People love this idea of freedom because they love to be able to do whatever the hell they want. They love to be able to economically oppress their populations. I mean, even their socialist version of politics, the US Democrats, they make all these promises for poor people. They never, ever deliver them. Ever. Look at all the poor people in the United States. And the US Democrats have done nothing to improve their way of life. The way of life in China has been steadily improving for the last 20, 30 years in very drastic ways. And the results can be seen in the way the Chinese society is now built, now runs. It's a very good system. It's the way of the future. And if you ask me, it's the way of peace. Just look at the example with the way they have gone about trying to bring Taiwan back into unification with China. There has of course been threats, but there's been no surprise attacks. There's been calm and patient waiting for Taiwan to make the decision themselves for a peaceful reunification. Even now, at this window of opportunity for the Chinese, this is the biggest window of opportunity in the last 50 years for China to take Taiwan. And even now we see they're stressing the peaceful option rather than a hot war option. I would hope that the Taiwanese see where the future of the world economy is going. It's obvious that the United States has stepped well out of line with every country and every power on the globe. Well out of line. That doesn't come without a cost. The New World Ordering is taking place, and if Taiwan has any sense, they will peacefully cede to economic growth with China. By the way, they're each other's biggest trade partners. So nothing good comes from a hot war between Taiwan and China. It's just a simple issue of loyalties and ideologies. Loyalties and ideologies aren't everything when it comes to making money. Taiwan and China together can make a lot of money and be one of the strongest unified economic forces on the planet. Right? fragmented by stupid ideas of freedom that get nobody anywhere. Who cares about freedom? People are gonna have to wake up every morning, go to work, make money for their communities, make money for their country. It doesn't matter what, right? Nobody's really truly free as much as even the United States is not a free place. What's free about the United States now, particularly? I mean, it's becoming less and less free every day. I'll land on that. But if you ask me, the future is with China. It's not with the United States.
Well, I just would like to chime in because, I think it's very important to discuss.
You want to give him a pushback?
It must discuss it.
Do you want to give him a pushback? It's a question for you. Do you want to give him a pushback?
Sure.
It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, sure.
I'll give you about 45 seconds to give him a pushback. I gotta get to cash.
You are right. I look at what you say, and you have told no lie. But as the petrodollar fades away, the US dollar must be backed by something of a chip that runs the technology. Taiwan is the only place that can make that chip, and the United States unfortunately needs it. So, the politics, may not be the best, but, you're right, 100%. But still, Chinese is not.
Can I really quickly, before you move on to the next person, super quick,
Such a control, man.
Well, it's kind of got the right idea. The US have to start pivoting away from reliance on petrodollar because people are de-dollarizing and trying to get out from the petrodollar anyway, regardless of this war. This is just accelerating that process. But Americans already have a plan, and that is to shift over to LNG, liquid natural gas. That began with the destruction of the Nord Stream pipeline to Europe, so they fucked Germany over. Now us poor Europeans have to buy that overinflated price LNG in the US. And then that's their strategy to try and shift over to Western area dominance of LNG. So I just wanted to add that aspect.
Thank you. Cash, do you want to chime in, bro?
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in on what bro was talking about earlier. Somebody had popped in and Zaytoven was talking. It was like, you think America's gonna win this war? You lose to Iran? You're fucking crazy. I just wanted to comment, bro. They're definitely probably gonna lose. If you think about the situation of this war, it's the same way as happened in Vietnam. If we put ground troops over there in the fucking mountains where we don't know nothing about, we're fucked. And besides that, America's about money. The longer this war drags on, the more America's gonna want to pull out. It's the same situation as when Vietnam, the American public turned against the government because we didn't want the war. It's the same thing. All Iran got to do is hold out long enough. We're not going to be able to do shit on the ground. Trump is going to put them troops down there to fucking die. That's it. So as long as Iran can hold out, they're going to be good. And they got the same people behind them that Vietnam had behind them. Who? China. It's the same shit. So as long as they last this war out, and we go a couple more years, America's gonna make this man shut this shit down, and we're gonna pull out. It's gonna be a loss. That's all I really got to say.
All right, cool. Thanks. Mike, did you want to chime in? Mike.
I will say this.
Hold on a second, hold on. Mike, are you there? Mike. Alright, I think it's probably a bother cat.
Hello, my name is Velvet.
Hold on a second, shh. Okay, Buster, did you want to chime in, bro?
Hey guys, how's everyone? Hey Amir, how are you?
You're good, how you doing today?
Good, I'm great, mate. I just want to clarify some points. Maybe it's not going to be related to Iran, but we will reach to Iran at the end. Maybe we can look at the situation from different angle. Okay? First thing, I wanted to clarify about the international maritime law, about trades like Hormuz or Jebel Tariq or Bab el Mandeb or whatever strait or Malaga Strait between Singapore and Malaysia. The straits is free to be. You can sail your ship freely. You cannot pay anything. The only places that you pay money are the man-made one, which like Suez Canal and Panama Canal, because some other people build it, so you pay fees on that. But this law cannot be applied on natural straits. They are, naturally made. You didn't do anything about it. So if any country, if the countries try to make you pay some fees if you are crossing any strait, that means Malaga and Singapore should pay the Chinese chip. Also, Britain and Spain should pay you money, should make you pay money when you cross Jebel Tariq, or Yemen can make you pay money if you are going to cross Bab el Mandeb, and etc. So this is not how it works in maritime law. So only natural or only man-made canals, you pay money on them, which is fair enough. These people build it, so they deserve the fees. That's the second point. I see some propaganda about China, and maybe people doesn't understand exactly how Chinese society works. You may feel unhappy in the Western culture or the America or Australia or Europe or whatever, but actually China is totally different place. They don't have freedom of speech. And when I mean it, it's a big thing actually. It's not something small. For example, this conversation we're having right now with different ideas, you cannot do it in China at all. Never. You are not allowed even to speak about any public affairs. It's not your job. You can work for 16 hours and paying very little money at the end of the day. It's not how you think it's not how you think it's like a paradise. No, it's not going to work like that. Plus, in China, with also the human rights is, guys, when you are in a community that they integrate the country more than people, you will understand what the freedom means. This point is so important. Plus, the idea of trading of Chinese dealing in international issues and stuff, they are not like America yet. America sometimes use their army to force the petrodollar, which I'm gonna go talk about it in the next point. But Chinese actually might drown you in debt. They put you in a heavy debt that you cannot pay, and end up they buying or taking over all your important assets, like what happened like 10 years ago with Sri Lanka, when Sri Lanka had lots of debt from China and they couldn't pay it. So what happened is China took their main port forever. Also in China, you are not allowed to have any social media. Everyone is being watched. No Facebook, no Twitter, no Clubhouse, nothing at all. You are only allowed to use the WeChat, the Chinese version, and it's all you cannot say anything.
So many falsehoods, but carry on. No, you're saying so many falsehoods, but I'll let you finish. Carry on.
I'm sorry for my English. It's not the best, but I'm trying to explain as much as I can.
No, it's not about your English. It's about your propaganda that you're spreading.
Yeah, a few of those things are true, man. So
I'm not in either side, by the way. I don't give a shit.
No, that's cool.
I'm not in either side.
Yeah, finish up. Take your time. No worries. Take your time.
All right.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. The petrodollar idea came in time after Nixon in 1971, when he made this deal with our countries or oil producing countries to ask them if they want to sell their oil, they have to sell it in one condition. The other party who want to buy it must pay it in American dollar. And the reason for that is that we want to create a demand on US dollar, because everyone wants energy and these people have lots of energy to sell. So we want to create this demand. So why he did that? Because back in time in 1944, at the last 2 years in the World War II, there was some agreement called Bretton Woods. And this Bretton Woods stated that countries to have like dealing with each other in trade or whatever they have, they can use the American dollar as a standard currency for that. Why? Let me explain more. I'll try my best. In 1942 or 1941, when the World War was on its peak, many countries were afraid that, you know, any currency, when you print, you have to have some assets with it. Like, for example, if you want to print like $100 bill, there must be some gold in your stocks that match with this $100 bill. It's as simple as that. There must be some coverage for any currency you are printing. So each country has their currencies, and each currency is covered by gold or silver or whatever rare metal.
This is also not true. Gold is no longer underpinning any currency.
Let me finish the idea, and you'll understand. I'm talking about back in time when something called gold standard was applied in the world. When you are printing any currency, you have to have some gold standard for it, or a gold coverage for this currency. So England have the Bank of England, also France, any country in the world should have, or doing that thing, to print to print their currency. If you print your currency without the coverage, you will have something called inflation, and we all know about inflation. So what happened in 1941, many of the European countries, because they are afraid that Hitler is going to take their gold, so they send it to America. Because it's a safe place there, it's overseas, Hitler cannot reach there, so it's an ideal position. Actually, in 1941, it was the highest peak of gold reserve in the United States. It was 20,000 metric ton, which you can compare it like, it's like between 70 and 75% of all world gold. So American came in 1944 after a couple of years and say, okay, guys, listen what, we have lots of gold in there and our currency is very strong. Why not you trade worldwide by using the American dollar? And the European countries, when they send the gold there, they sent because they were afraid of Hitler and they might take it back when the war finished. But actually, in fact, they didn't take it back. You know why? Because America started something called Marshall Plan. They said, okay, listen what, I'm going to take the gold, keep with me. I'm going to transfer the ownership of this gold to mine. And I'll rebuild your country with this Marshall Plan. So it's like this. It's a win-win situation. You get your country rebuilt again by the American people or by American whatever companies. And on reverse, I'll keep the gold. And you can use American dollar as a trade currency because it's supported by 75% of all world gold. And other countries said, okay, let's do it. And people used American dollar. And there is another one reason why people use one currency to use as a trade. It's because something called standardization. Standardization is so important when you are dealing in economy because some people, for example, I'm living in Italy, we are making cars and we are selling it to Romania. For example, one car is $1,000. Maybe I sell it to Egypt by 1,500. Maybe I sell it to Germany by 500. So the price of the goods and services worldwide were not standard. Maybe you get the iPhone from this country by $1,000. From another country, it's going to be $2,000 for the same good. So, but if you put some standardization or you put some standard, like, okay, this thing is standardized worldwide by this price, so it's going to make it fair trade between people, between countries worldwide. So standardization was one of the factors that Bretton Woods was built on. Until 1971, some other countries, because of some crisis happened in oil back in that time, so some countries we still have some gold at America. American said, no, I'm not going to return any gold, and I'm going to remove the connection between the US dollar and the gold stocks. So the American and the gold reserve, sorry. So the American back in that time decided, okay, people are going to lose trust in the US dollar by time, so we need to tighten it up with something else, which is petrodollar. So America started something called OPEC, which is the countries that export oil, and they asked them, okay, guys, can you sell your petrol using only American dollar? And I'll give you some, I'll build your countries like Saudi Arabia and Emirates or whatever countries they are dealing with. And happy with that because they were living in a tent and a camel. They had skyscraper everywhere and very fancy life. So they said, okay, we agreed with that. And they made this agreement in 1971 for 50 years. Because these countries are committed to sell petrol only by American dollar. And the reason for that, as I said before, is to always create a demand on the American dollar so the currency stays strong and stuff like that. Few countries worldwide actually didn't like that. Like Venezuela, when Hugo Chavez came, Hugo Chavez time, and I think it's in 2014 or 2011 when he died, I'm not sure, but he decided not to sell it with US dollars. Iran, the same. Iraq at the time of Saddam Hussein, he decided to sell the petrol without the American dollar. And Libya, sometime in Muammar Gaddafi, some countries here and there, from now and then, they are trying to sell their petrol with a different currency. And this is very alarming for the American domination with their dollar worldwide. Because if you sell it with a different currency, now that's created a big problem for us. But what happened next was really, really no good. American currency, which is United States dollar, until the year 2000, the whole world countries used to have foreign currency reserve in their central banks. And the most dominant currency in them were American dollar. About 70% of all the world have American dollar in their central banks. But this number by time keep decreasing. Now it's like 52%. In less than 25 years, this number has decreased a lot. The rate of people removing the US dollar from their reserve bank are increasing because they have less and less trust by time in American dollar. And also, until 2022, until Joe Biden started to use US dollar and the US financial system, which is a worldwide system, to punish countries like Russia when they invaded Ukraine. Until that point, there was 95% of the whole world trade done by American dollar. Now this number is 80%, so they are decreasing. So the reliability of world on the US dollar is keep decreasing by time. So America have to increase the demand again and make it powerful currency worldwide. That's why they have to keep control back the countries that abandoned the petrodollar agreement. Actually, Saudi Arabia, after 50 years, which is 2021, they didn't renew the contract for another 50 years. But even if they didn't renew it, but they still sell their petrol by US dollar. What happened with Biden was devastating in America because since that time, in 2022, weaponizing your American dollar against other country that make other countries too afraid to deal with you or limit their trade with dollar because they might be punished too. Like China, for example, abandoned like $700 billion from American bonds some other countries are leading them to. What the damage that Joe Biden and the Democrats did to American economy by weaponizing their dollar is far more beyond what Trump is doing right now in a war of any type. There is another factor. So, are you poor or I keep going? Where's the, do you have any questions?
Stone it with Jesus, Bill.
9%.
Who? Anyone?
I'm listening.
Yes, and the fact that China feels that they it's not good.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you a little advice.
All right.
Sorry, what?
Kitover. I forgot.
You finally got to the point which everybody here already knew. You finally got to the present situation. It took about half an hour to get there, but now we're up today. Yes, finally, we're talking about the present situation, the petrodollar, which everybody already knew about. All the Britain was all that shit.
Force in the universe.
And we don't agree with China's evil.
All you have to do
Hey,
is
brothers and George, trying to get over struggling there.
stop making nothing's happening.
It doesn't matter whether Democrats or Republicans are in or not. You said it from Italy.
City health officials would come in, they said it's private property. You don't have a right here, this is our property. However,
That's why we give it to the base. We understand the concept of kingdom.
Sandler is a full liar. They create 25 trillion federal debt. COVID-19 vaccine safety took millions from Big Pharma. Who's the story of Paul Nolly?
You can.
Motherfucker.
Just quickly, what Trump is, he's not a fascist.
I never said anything about
The Chinese are fascists. Trump is a fascist.
I said the Americans are following a fascist country, and they preferred fascists to run Europe. They got rid of my Prime Minister, Harold Wilson, because he was too socialist. And they made sure that no communist governments would take hold in Europe. So they left stay behind groups. You should look this up. Operation Gladiator. It's really
give you a little advice. There's a force in the universe.
Which was set up by a fake terrorist group called the Red Brigade. They kidnapped him because it was to sabotage a coalition between the Christian Party and because America didn't want any communist or socialist.
I'm going to give you a little advice. There's a force in the universe.
China had no
makes things happen.
Italian politics, but interestingly, Jesus Angleton, who became head of CIA assassinations, who was responsible for the death of JFK, grew up in Italy of all places, among Zionist fascists. Not even know until recently there was a thing called Zionist fascists in Italy, and that's where James Jesus Angleton came out of, and he ended up murdering the Catholic president of America and his brother.
Can I continue a little bit?
Yeah.
List point, but actually it's in your favor, okay?
Yeah.
I'll say one more thing. The 60% of their GDP, which means that they have surplus extra money, so they can fund wars like Iraq, like Afghanistan. But now, actually, in this situation, in 2026, American national debt is 125% of their GDP. That means that they make money. They're I don't know how to explain this. Can anyone explain it better than me?
What are you trying to explain? Sorry, space there.
I want to say that America have American situation nowadays with Iran is totally different from the time of Iraq and Afghanistan. At the time, they have luxury of money to fund wars because their national debt was far less than their the national debt is only 60%. Actually, in Vietnam, the national debt was like 55% of their GDP, which means you make $100, but you only need $55 to survive. Now, America still making the $100, but they need 125 as a consumption. So the national debt is not giving them much option or luxury to start a war or to fund a war. War consumes lots of money. It's spending lots of money.
By the way,
So I just want to say that this war is not going to stay for a long time because of that.
Yeah.
Simply because they don't have much money to fund this war. Regardless what the result, they don't give a shit about the result. But funding the war itself is totally different than the reason
charged with murdering a college student in Chicago last week.
125%, that's a different story. It's because, war in Iraq and Afghanistan, it cost them $7 trillion. And the 2008 crisis cost them around 5 or 6, added to the national debt. And COVID also added, like, they printed lots of money. And there is also something very important that the Republican made in 2001 when George Bush put a law to reduce the tax on companies. And also the same one happened in 2019 by Donald Trump, or maybe 2017, by Donald Trump, which increases the national debt. He reduced the companies or the corporate taxes which cost American actually increasing added up to the national debt about $2.5 trillion. So total $2 trillion, but their national debt is $39 trillion, which means there is a very big gap between the two numbers. Which means that there is not much option or the luxury to start a war like the Afghanistan or whatever shit happened before.
One point, to make a very clean point. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes.
I didn't take a wrong point. It makes sense that you don't have money to fund the war.
No, I said that in one sentence and we will all agree with you.
No, but I have to explain to people, maybe somebody doesn't know, so it's better to explain something.
Alejandro, ¿lo sabes? He podido encontrar más prisa.
Now, I think Flash just had a few comments on your earlier points about how evil China is. Do you want to talk about China?
Actually, no one is evil or an angel. People are trying to survive in different ways of life.
Yeah, well,
I don't
point about China now
is evil.
Yeah.
None of them is evil.
Right. To build on your point, in the present situation, there's two dynamics happening. One, you're correct that many nations, including China, are trying to get out of the dollar dependency. That's leading to an emergence of a potential petrol yuan as people.
And I'm arguing both weaponizing dollar at the time of Biden. This was the arguing point from China. Other countries, even Saudi Arabia, now started to deal with the war.
China already planned this all, and that's why they're building this alliance to try and potentially make their own currency as an alternative to the dollar. But at the same time, part you may not have been aware of, the US is going to get out from petrodollar dependency over to LNG, natural gas dollar, because it has cornered that market, and as you remember, they destroyed the Nord Stream pipeline, which is vital for Europe, especially Germany. The act of warfare against Germany, my people, I'm half German, there's an act of war against people, fucking Americans, and they've wrecked our economy as a result. We rely on Russia, a partnership, but good old Anglo-Americans, we always want to divide and separate Russia and Germany because we consider the old enemy of Europe. That's why we hate communism.
so stubborn. You get that the truth.
Why do customers choose us?
Explaining the difference. Another difference, which is a crucial difference. Let me finish. Shut the fuck up. I am talking. Don't fucking interrupt. I haven't finished yet. You'll get your chance. Asking you a question. I'm replying to Amir. You can ask a question.
If you can come up to Mike afterwards and let him finish.
All right. There's a crucial difference. Not only the business practices, which are far more reasonable than the West, which uses IMF and other strategies to trap people in debt, the other crucial difference, we build criminal strings, and unions, and on top of that, if they fuck up, we get to build a base. That's why America's now got roughly 800 bases all over the world. China never does that. It never says, if you fuck up, we'll build a base. That's what I'm talking about. It's all relative.
You're comparing America. I didn't ask you.
Of course I am, because America dominates the whole world.
I'm not talking about America. I'm talking about China.
Well, it's crucial because that's why so many...
talk about China. I'm talking about focuses on China.
That is why it matters, because so many countries are shifting their reliance to China.
Can you stay? Hold on a second. Oh my God, bro.
Hold on.
Hang on,
Let me address the point about China, because all across Africa, for example, they are sick of doing deals with the West. Europeans and Americans, we fuck them over, and they're tired of it. So they're literally all making deals with China because China treats them better. Yes, they moan and complain. They say the Chinese...
What about the difference to their employees?
Yes, there are certain controls. There are always certain strings attached, but they prefer to work with China. That's the bottom line. So the whole global south is shifting preference to work with China. That's the bottom line. That's what's happening.
Hold on, Masri, please, bro. I'm trying to have this conversation with them because I gave him pushback. China, the debt pressure and asset control concerns. This is a big problem for the countries. When they're stuck in a debt, they don't have a choice but to concede to China demands. You agree with that? This is just like...
I only agree with...
Hold on a second. Hold on.
You said it twice.
Can you stop? Come up to Mike.
He said it. Everybody says it. It's so boring.
I'm not gonna mute you, man. I can't believe it.
Go ahead.
I haven't finished until you...
I'm here.
Do you want to come off the fucking...
I'll just leave. If you don't want to fucking let me answer, I'll just fucking leave.
I didn't ask you for the answer.
Tell me to leave.
I was in the middle of a sentence. Oh my God.
Carry on there.
The debt pressure... hold on. Nasser, please mute up respectfully. Mute up. Mute up, please. Nasser, please mute up.
Hold on a second.
Oh my God. Well, I hate to fucking mute people like that. Please stay muted respectfully. The debt pressure and the asset control concerns. If they cannot pay back, then they don't have a choice. Whatever China demands, they have to do it, like the port lease agreements or whatever arrangements that they have to do, and they have to concede to that. You see what I'm saying? This is just like, hold on. This is just like I'm not done. Oh my God. This is just like doing business with the with a certain group of people where they charge you interest. If you can't pay the interest, you get double or triple the fees back and plus interest and whatnot. It's just like same tactic. So you can respond to that, and then we're going to move on to the next point. I'm going to give you more pushback on China.
All right, let's address those 2 points. One, you said that China China gives them unreasonable terms or put them into a trap where they have responsibilities if they don't meet their obligations. That is standard practice. Every nation that does any kind of investment deal and a loan operates in that manner. And it turns out China gives better terms on average than other nations. First point. Second, then when they charge interest, that is normal. If I borrow a loan, I have to pay interest. That is normal. Guess what? China offers better loan repayment deals than everybody else. That is why everybody's wanting to do deals with China. That's the reality.
Rolf, now that you're done, I'd like to answer Amir's question as well. Amir, part of what Rolf is, in fact, what Rolf is saying is actually true. But there's another more important aspect to this. Firstly, I will concede this point that China has opportunistically sought out nations who have such poor economic management that it would have been likely that they're going to fail on their repayment obligations anyway, and be put into a situation where now China is taking control of a shipping port or something like this. Okay? Now, the thing with any global hegemony, whoever it is, whoever's building the hegemony, they're always going to be in charge of these types of things because all of the assets on the planet really are held by violence, right? China is less violent than the United States when it comes to these types of deals. They don't get heavy-handed as in the same way that the United States does. This is the first thing. The second thing is that even though these shipping ports are now owned by Chinese, that is the way they're growing their network, that is the way they're growing their hegemony. The people in these countries are benefiting from those shipping ports, from those operations, from the that's taking place there. It just means that these particular assets have been, and regarding my first admission, the poor economic management led to these kind of default situations where ports are being taken over because they can't repay what they need to repay. But even in the event that these defaults and these reacquisitions are taking place, and China is obviously reacquiescing, they are still using these shipping ports to improve the quality of life for certain nations, particularly in Africa, for instance, who didn't have a good quality of life without that infrastructure there to begin with. So yes, there has been, China has been collecting developing countries, say in Africa, using these economic systems, and yes, it has come with some loss of control for countries, but the reality truly is that these countries were pretty poor economic managers to begin with. But China has been quite lenient with them.
You're going to the next point. I wanted to address this next point.
Can I add my point? Sure. Yeah, I want to add an actual example happened in my country, which is Egypt. Look, guys, when you created someone, when you lent someone some money, you have to make sure that he can pay back. And that's why there's something called credit rating companies like Moody's or Fitch or S&P or whatever, you know? So they assess your situation and see your ability how to pay the debt. And based on your assessment, they will tell you exactly how much they can lend you. This is how it works. You know, when you go to a bank to get a home loan, they assess you first. Okay, in my country, we have a dictator that is ruling the country.
In Syria, it's called over-prescribing. I already considered this point. Yes.
I want to add a real example. I want to add a real example happened in my country. In my country, this guy, he didn't do well in economy. It was like shit. Everyone is suffering and blah, blah, blah. So when the credit rating company, we cannot give you $5 billion because of your situation. And after lots of assessment, he didn't get the loan. You know what happened? He went back to China. They gave him $8 billion. And they know that he cannot pay them back. They're 100% sure that he cannot pay them back. So what happened if he didn't pay the loan back? What will happen? They will take lots of assets and gain more power and control over the country. This is what happened from China in everywhere in Africa or Asia or whatever country. Look, one of the things that make America a little bit different from China, America actually share technology, share the checks and balances, share the ideas, share the stuff. You can see, let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Mate, I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish. When America, after World War II, they helped lots of countries. You can see now a very successful one like South Korea, like Japan, even the Gulf countries like Saudi and stuff. They are very good luxury of life. Even other countries that take part with America, because America share technology. Actually, they share the research. They share the science. They share lots of things. Yeah, some of the stuff they don't share, but most of the things actually they share with each other. If you see the cooperation between laboratories in Japan or South Korea with America or with whatever, it's totally different. China never share any technology with anyone. They keep the technology to themselves. They don't teach you the know-how. They don't give a fuck about you. They only take your resources and that's it. Or even your assets and that's it. And maybe one example of one country.
China even, I'm going to add to your point. They actually even demand technology transfers, by the way. That's what China does.
Yeah, they steal the technology from Western culture, Western countries.
No, not
they never share the technology.
I'm not talking about
So imagine
your country.
Imagine a world that is ruled by China.
If your country can't pay it back, not only you have a problem with the port and other shit and the debt, you have to transfer your technology, whatever you invented. And if China likes that technology, you have to transfer that technology to fucking, China.
They also take the natural resources as a repayment.
So you want to go finish what you have to say, Masari, and I want to focus. I want to go to the next point.
No, actually, this point is very important because they never share the technology they have. They never share anything. They just tell you the final rule.
Right now, you've got to deal with the fact that Skype's trying to
never grow. They don't need about growth or being advanced or advanced or have a prosperity in life or even they only care about taking the natural resources or whatever you have from assets or whatever whatever they can put their hands on.
That's all.
Right now,
I mean, it's interesting that you cherry pick the countries.
Just give me an example of a country that
Yes, Germany. I'm half German. I want a good relationship with Germany and China, and we share technology. So fuck you and fight shit. And it's funny, because you're fucking lying. You're going to say you're neutral. You're not neutral. Don't pretend you're neutral. You're going to fight us against China. Don't fight the brainwash.
I'm not against China, actually.
You are. You claim that China's so ruthless and barbaric and evil with its business practices. You've trotted out lie after lie. You claim that China's not allowed to use social media. They just happen to have their own social media because they don't want their media propagandized by American lies.
No, because they have surveillance in all their media.
Lie. Why would I want a country full of American propaganda? Fuck Americans and their fucking lies. I don't blame China for censoring American media.
Why don't you live in China? Why didn't you go to live in China? Why didn't you go to live in China if it's a prosperity and good life?
That's a majority. You say that's a
Every week you're on TV.
Europeans are so arrogant. They think they're better than everybody and they're fucked. And they so naive, they think America was going to help Europe. Well, America was their enemy. China has wanted to help. But
why don't Chinese leave China and live in Western culture?
America bullied every European European countries are not trade with China. It's technology. We cooperate in EVs.
Let's go live in China, technology. It's about US for you. Just for example.
Technology transfer.
Hold on a second, hold on. We're gonna go to the next point. They never demand a technology transfer of China.
What are you talking about demanding? They share technology.
No, not
China
share.
and Germany engage in significant technology sharing and collaboration, particularly in automotive, electric EV batteries, green energy sectors. German firms often adopt China for China's strategy, partnering with Chinese firms to localize research.
Have you read about
You live in America and you're brainwashed.
Okay, Masai, please.
Germans are not brainwashed.
Hold on.
I can give you some example how China is getting German technology.
That's not true.
Oh my God.
Harry, I hallucinate.
Okay, I'm gonna have to chime in now. Literally, if they want to, and if you're stuck in a debt, they will force you into doing technology transfer.
Okay.
That's what China does. If you're
It's
stuck in a debt, you know
I'd
this.
rather they do that
Do
than
you agree on this?
I don't know any evidence for that.
Not all
You're claiming that. I'm not denying it. Maybe it's true.
Hold on. Not all countries U.S. deals with has to have a military base.
No, only the ones America decides to fuck, if not assassinate their leaders. When did China assassinate a leader for not playing ball? That's what America fucking does.
Ibrahim, did they try to assassinate
You're all
him
a bunch of
20 times?
Western brainwashed cabbages. I just told you facts about China technology. You completely ignored it.
Try to kill him.
Control your emotion, please.
Fuck you, you're all biased cunts. You claim I'm emotional. You are about Chinese policy. You just completely ignored everything I've just said.
It's not putting you in a strong position.
You haven't acknowledged one fucking thing I've said. You're obsessed with your
Nobody insulted you.
Fascists, the only one with an objective.
Nobody insulted you. Why are you insulted?
Fucking biased against China. That's it. You're biased about nearly everything. You're biased against Iran.
I'm asking you, hold on, Rolf. I'm asking you, do I not have the right to question your narrative?
Of course you do, but you're not questioning my narrative.
Why are you getting triggered?
Because you're ignoring the facts that I'm giving you. I just told you that shit technology with Germany is completely ignored it. This fucking stupid Egyptian guy said no country shares technology with China. That is a lie. I told him why it's a lie, and you fucking completely ignore it.
Oh my God! Oh my God! These people!
You're an obstinate
experiment. That's a fact.
Please stay muted, everybody, except for Rolf. Rolf, my question is: I have to question your fucking narrative. This is what I did. I gave you pushback, and you got triggered.
Very likely they do it. I acknowledged what you said. That's the difference between China demands a transfer of technology if they fuck up. I said, yes, they very likely do. And then I said, you said to me, is that a fact? And I said, I don't know. I accept your fact from you. I don't know that's a fact. I'm not pushing back on that. It's very likely they do that. That's what I said. I took all your information.
Well, what about the competition for the local market?
And accepted it. But you have not accepted any of the information I did accept. Do you accept that Germany and China share and collaborate on research and technology? Do you accept that?
Yeah.
Good. Now we'll make a progress. Thank you.
You need to calm it down. Calm it down. Calm it down. We need to question each other's position here. The next question is, to the business, right? Do they complain when, let's say, China comes in, sells them cheap products, whatever? Does it, the competition? It beats the competition with local markets, and I think it does because there's a lot of people that complain. We agree.
Yes, there's a lot of complaining. Yes.
So how do we solve that?
Complaining going on. The way we solve it is with the lesser evil, because China is going to basically dominate trade, and that's for the benefit of mankind. If you compare that to what the West has done, it's plundered, stealed, robbed, murdered, tortured, destabilized, assassinated. That's all the West has done. So by comparison, comparison, Chinese are fucking paradise. They're creating a peaceful planet all across Asia. Where the war's kicking off in China, there aren't any. There are disputes around the border, classic stuff. It's always been the case. But Asia, compared to the West, is far more peaceful. But you say that like it's the problem. I might. Instead of so what did I do?
You should go to paradise, man. You should go to the
fucking Shenzhen.
Why you live in the Western Belt? Why?
Have you seen the skinny streets in LA? Have you heard that? To Shenzhen. There's no comparison.
The world is just about ripping people off and exploiting people through the freedoms. The freedom of economic exploitation is what the West is about. China, the people in China worked very, very hard. Slave labor they began with just about.
I'm going to give you a little advice. Force in the universe makes things happen.
Electronic or paper ballot?
Can I do the electronic?
This is Lauren.
Hard work.
The city health official.
That's what they want to do. And I don't think it's going to work out for them.
Hi, Adrian. We've met. I'm Rabbi Shirley. I just want to tell you that we're so proud of you. You're asking he deserves the throne. But as a community that's 100% in the judicial system, thank you very much. God bless you.
90, was it 90? I think more than 90 million people
The
have polio.
Bono Shalom.
There's a billion people.
400 million.
5 billion.
Exactly 400 million.
The Bono
More
Shalom.
like 500 million people. I mean, this is an incredible outcome.
That was endorsed Kitover.
In China produced.
I'm going to give you a little advice. There's a force in the universe.
Taiwan endorsed Kitover.
That bullshit artist. Used car salespeople, fucking Epstein, fucking upper class, and there is no comparison. Rolf is correct. There is no comparison. The people of China have proved themselves to the world that they will, with some obvious gains. You can't expect to do deals with Kenya, and Siri was making an interesting point there about the overprescription. His point got a little bit confused. Overprescribing is when in the West we work out that we can't lend a certain amount of money to people. It's actually illegal to lend them that money because we know that they can't pay it back. So the benefit for whoever's trying to attempt that is the client pays the client pays some back, and then they start to struggle to pay back. Then they default. Then you take their asset off them. And this type of activity has become illegal in the West to do this. In fact, now anybody who's lending has to do their due diligence and ensure that they're not overprescribing. Because in fact, I actually know somebody who got away with $16 million from an insurance company here in the West. They got that company on a technicality that they had loaned them too much, and so they would do this insurance corporation, but they were doing loans as well. They shouldn't have loaned $16 million to this particular businessman when he was having his assets being taken from him. Went to the courts. He had a team of lawyers, and they the overprescription clause. The judge ruled in his favour that they had overlent to him. They had given him too much money to play with that was beyond his means to repay. Now, of course, this type of law doesn't exist in the international trade system that China has been capitalizing by going into countries and, yes, overprescribing to countries that cannot manage themselves economically efficient enough in order to ensure that repayments are made. And yes, so they have been collecting things like ports, they have been collecting things like technologies, they have been collecting things like this. But the outcome hasn't been all devastating. While it is a form of expansionism, it has come with its benefits for the people and improving their lifestyles as well. But look, at the very minimum, if I were going to be choosing between an oligarch system based on a hierarchy of priorities that go all the way down to the bottom versus some shysters and con artists and bullshit artists and Epstein 1%ers, I'm going with the Chinese.
But it's
That's all it comes down to.
Fascist, can I tell you something? So all the countries they've been responsible for the casualties, you agree, including China.
Damn, Google voicemail just like fucking kicked me off.
Conversation with you.
Have you ever served in?
Twice. Hey, D-Ray, you had a legal question for me?
Yeah, the Nick Shirley video of like those hospices. Can like those girls, sitting in the office sue Nick Shirley for making a video with them in it and like claiming that it's fraud?
Potentially. That Lavash, the bakery owner, definitely has a good claim for defamation. I don't know about those girls just standing there.
Because like Nick Shirley has no proof. He just knows like how much money they receive and what their offices look like. Who's to tell if it's fraud?
What did he say? What did Nick Shirley say?
He didn't say exactly that these people are doing fraud, but the implication was definitely there. So it's up to the viewer to make the
He's
connection.
accusing who of doing what? I didn't see the latest.
He's accusing office workers at hospices of doing Medicare fraud.
Well, you know what? There's a lot of Medicare fraud. I don't know anything about this specific thing, but it's definitely, I think, a lot of.
Would never be mentioned in any conversation about what's credible. This motherfucker is
minimal credibility. I agree.
Yeah, fuck him.
Minimal to none.
You see that thing with the Somali thing?
Yes.
But the thing is, he does get views.
Yeah, he gets views because
Americans are stupid. That's why. You saw that out of the 10 places he visited, the daycares, only one of them was actually legitimately investigated, and it turned out like they weren't doing what he was accusing them of doing. Like, he's pretty bad, bro. But he does get clicks. He does get views.
because people believe what he's saying, even though he has no proof, no credibility. He's a piece of shit. Goes to closed daycare centers and pretends like they're doing fraud because no one won't answer. Hey, where are the children? You know how cringe that is? Where are the children is a crazy statement. What are you doing, bro?
That is pretty crazy, man.
Where are the children? Shut the fuck up. Why are you asking about where the children are?
Random guy in unmarked pulls up, knocks on the door of a daycare and says, hey, where are the kids from? Right. What the fuck? This is pretty crazy. They need to look into Medicare waste. I don't think most people know what that is, and they should really Google it and study on it. It's very interesting. How much money goes unaccounted for? Where is that money going? No one fucking knows. It's amazing.
It's going back to Somalia.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell fucking yeah.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
Am I the only one that thinks Ilhan Omar is, she's a fucking baddie?
She cute. Her head isn't that big. That's why.
Have y'all seen her without the hijab on?
I don't think so.
She's bad, bro.
I think
Chicago Mayo blowjob Kitover.
That's why her mouth is too big, bro. Her mouth is too big. Like she will work her mouth
just the perfect size, brother. You got look at the glass half.
I'm telling you, bro. She got the rock can't take a pot of his teeth, bro, and you would be the wisest, bro. She didn't like smile, bro. Shit scares me, bro.
If it fits, you must have quit, right? What?
If the glove doesn't fit,
you must have. No, I was making a blowjob joke. She has like the perfect Lifetime movie, real life story from bartender to fucking congresswoman. It's fucking crazy.
Amazing.
And she has that seat on lock. On fucking lock.
Are you guys still in the LA mayor race?
No, but I've heard that we have the most interesting people running for office right now.
Duke is sucking good chick with Robin. You see Robin? Who's running against Bass. He was a Bass ally.
Have you seen the commercials for the governor candidates? The gubernatorial candidates?
No.
Bro, they're all really bad. All really fucking bad. Like, there's this one guy whose slogan is, "We'll do California the Californian way."
What does that even mean?
Like, he's basically gonna stand up to Trump is what he's saying. And like, okay, cool. Like, what do you want to do, secede from the union? Like, what do you do California the California way?
how much do you think he paid for that slogan?
A lot. Bro, he's on daytime TV 24 fucking 7.
It's crazy. Video PTR. This is what my life looks like now.
I can't fucking PTR, bro. I'm in the middle of a raid right now.
No.
Fuck it, I'll do it. Fuck it, I'll do it.
Make some
I'm a fucking heroin addict.
Yeah, he's shutting up right now.
Wait, are you playing Arc Raiders?
Hey, bro, what are you doing with your life?
Dude, if you're not like shooting yourself with like human growth hormone like twice a day and optimizing your cycle, are you even trying? If you don't have a Chinese peptide yet, bro, like
did you get blood?
No, not yet, bro. I'm going to semi, bro. I haven't given blood yet, bro.
You need to start injecting yourself with shit and get blood first. Check your hormones.
Nobody want his dirty ass blood. He shooting this shit up with all types of dumb shit. Who the fuck wants his blood? Listen, bro. I'm playing For Honor right now, bro. And this shit is like, look, maybe this shit has lead and arsenic, but it has some of that fucking good brain shit, bro. Because I am fucking busy. I am playing above my level, bro. And I have like 600 hours of this game, bro. Like the amount that I'm playing, bro, I'm fucking amazing. For Honor. The reactions.
It's for homosexuals.
Did you say Raid? Are you playing Arc Raiders?
No, I'm playing RuneScape, bro.
RuneScape, okay.
Fucking base game.
We're in the middle of a goddamn war. And men are over here playing video games.
Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir.
Who's fighting the war? Are you fighting the war, Oleg?
I'm about to go fight fucking shit. You kidding me?
You got me fucked up.
You got me fucked up.
That's a big problem for you.
Because it's like, let's look at the percentage here. Is it a vast majority of people coming?
He contributed to deaths in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and let me see who wants to come up. Somebody wants to come up. And so the U.S., I don't have the fucking number. I'll give you the number as well. I would say probably about 40, 50 million as well. But so what I'm saying to you is, Rolf, I don't look. I know you love China, right? I do use a lot of Chinese products. I sell a lot of Chinese products, by the way. Online business and whatnot that I do. I have a lot of Chinese products that I use it to fix cars. Some of my tools are from China. My shoes, even the name brand shoes, they come from China, right? but at the same time, we can call it. I mean, all of the countries. Now you can't just you can't be biased towards one. I would say is they're all freaking demonic. Not just America, even the fucking Chinese government is demonic.
Well, actions speak louder than words.
Can we say both of the parties are bad? All of them are bad?
Not in my opinion. No, they're not even close. There's no comparison.
I just gave 45 million number in famine. China was responsible.
It was a famine. It was a historical famine that came together.
Communist Party was responsible for it. They could have fed the fucking people.
Yes, we just discussed this at length earlier on, unless you have the memory of a fucking goldfish. We already discussed that at length. And it was not a war of choice. All of the last wars,
I'm making the argument they're all bad.
Words in the last decades were wars of choice by America. Conscious choices in alliance with one of the most peaceful entities on the planet designed.
Why can't you not say they're all bad?
Because there's a big difference between a fuck up, a mistake, a tragedy, versus a calculated 10-year plan to put together logistics, planning, weaponry to intentionally murder millions of people. There's no comparison morally between the two. One is a disaster that was regrettable. The other was a calculated plan to intentionally kill and displace millions of people, including strategies to cut off civilian infrastructure, to target civilians, to target children, to mass murder people for ethnic and religious biased reasons driven by the demented state of Israel, which has occupied America for the latter half of the 20th century and the first quarter of the 21st century. So let's not leave Israel out of the equation. One of the reasons that America has perpetrated such horrible atrocities is because of their strong alignment with Israel. And that is a fact. That's why they commit such demonic acts specifically against the Muslim world. It's very targeted against Muslims.
Okay, what about Xinjiang province in China, which was an old country until 1949 when the Chinese occupied it, and they called the Uyghur Muslim, about 20 million people, and they are now in captivity, and they are now in concentration camps.
Captivity false.
You don't know them. You don't know them because you didn't meet them. I have few friends from them.
Yeah.
And I know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, you don't.
You're telling me the Chinese is a good side now.
Yes,
there is no good and bad in politics, mate.
There is actually.
No one is good, no one is bad.
One society can be good and one society can be bad.
There is no bad or good. That's an emotional analysis.
Ultra bad. There is a scale.
Politics doesn't work like that.
Swedish society is good. Danish society is very
good. What about
good.
Tibet?
There is a
What about Tibet? Tibet is an Indian province that was taken by China in 1949.
Border disputes. We know the long.
They are occupied countries right now, and they are still under occupation. We don't know anything about that.
China has occupied Kashmir as well, by the way. Rolf, what's your take on the China occupying Kashmir?
Kashmir, I'm not an expert on that one.
But what Xinjiang,
India and China has it. 3 countries that's under occupation, Kashmir.
Yeah, I accept that. I've never said China's perfect. I said on a scale, countries are good and bad. I regard China as a good.
How do you scale it on the amount of casualties or killing? How do you scale it?
On its policies, because it acts peacefully by comparison to the West. The West is a mass murdering, psychotic bunch of colonialists. China is a superpower trying to defend its interests and its geographical integrity and its trading partnerships. And it's stuck to that policy as long as the modern state has been incepted. And that has been consistent on that policy. Now let's talk about Shenzhen. Yesterday we were talking to scientists who brought up some talking points. We looked it up. We guess who was behind it? There is think tanks, including from the Institute. And these think tanks are scientists.
Rolf, your voice is not clear. Voice is not clear, mate.
To identify some tensions in the province of Shenzhen in China. It identified there was some conflict between the Muslims culture there and the Chinese government. And so they thought, this is great, we can stir up some shit here, we can amplify this story, and probably then be infiltrated, stir up shit, and create a multiplier. No, that's what they always do.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Ralph. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
They clamped down the terrorists and the subversives. They did put in they interned people in re-education camps. If you look at the actual buildings, the prisons, they're more like...
That's not re-education camps. That's ridiculous. That's fake lie.
It's free.
Nobody it's a country that's still occupied until now. At this moment.
They can speak their language. They even have their language on the Chinese currency. They have no...
They are forcing them to not speak their practice their culture.
And their culture...
Don't lie. You don't know anything about Xinjiang. You don't know anything about Uyghur people.
Because the Chinese government appreciates it.
You're absolutely brainwashed. You are a brainwashed person.
Already debunked 2 years ago. 2 years ago, that narrative was debunked.
Guys, Xinjiang, East Turkestan, it was an independent country. And they have like 20 million people. Chinese take them over in 1949 up till now.
Talk to the Muslims, they're completely comfortable.
And they took them because of the oil reserves there in their land.
It's done, but you people want to fall for the propaganda.
I need you to speak. I want to reply right now. I want to reply, guys.
Anyways,
Samir?
Yeah, hold on a second. Ralph just likes to go on a monologue. I put a list of massacres that China was involved. We're going to go over the list really quick. And, you know, Ralph, it's up to you whether you responded or not. I'm going to read it.
I want to talk about Xinjiang, Amir.
Yes, if you can hang on a second, bro. I put a list in the chat. If you scroll down, you can open it up. People of Republic China since 1949. Ilhan Massacre, 1949. About over 7,000 Han Chinese civilians. These were victims. Chinese land reform, 1949 to 53, 1 million to 4.7 million. These were victims killed. Campaign to suppress counter-revolutionaries. This was 712,000 to 2 million people. 3 anti-campaign, 1951 to 52, 100,000 plus. 1954 Cathay Pacific Douglas DC-4 shoot down. There was about 10 people that were killed. Sufan movement. You have 53,000 killed, 1955 to 57. And Rightist campaign, 1957 to 59, 550,000 to 2 million. Zunhua incidents, 1958. There were about 435 people killed. 1959 Tibetan uprising, 1959, 87,000 killed. Violence in the Great Chinese Famine that we already talked about. It was close to anywhere between 15 to 45 million. Socialist education movement. About 77,560 were killed. So, you know, by looking at the Chinese history, I don't know what to tell you. Master is on you.
Yeah, guys, Xinjiang was a country called East Turkestan, and they were an independent country back in that time. Chinese Communist Party, when they won the civil war in China, they attacked this country and take over it. And they added it to the mainland China. And they take this country because of the vast resources they have, especially for oil reserve. The second thing is the Tibet. And by the way, they put the Muslims there at concentration camp. And when America in 2001 started have this 9/11 thing, they started to
Jesus and all of this shit. Now they just go on about their fucking lives. Why? Who's the asshole that decided that, like, publicly announce that I don't fuck with the religion of the majority of the state? For what? What does that do? Like, that's whoop-de-fucking-do.
Do you think that your God has a moral view one way or the other?
My God is your God. It's the same. We were created by the same entity.
That's not answering the question. I asked you, does your God, whether it's my God or your God, whichever God you believe in, do you think that God has a moral view of what is happening?
Absolutely, I would say.
Why would God not?
What's that? What's that use?
Continue on the God talk. I just want to clarify something. So, are you an alliance between Iran and China would be enough to overcome the
And then
advantage
what?
that U.S. has?
I came back.
Am I aware? Or say that again?
Kind of a distraction, actually. I'm trying to figure out if this guy has any moral conscience at all in his brain somewhere. It doesn't seem like somewhere does. I mean, you claim to be a Muslim. Do you claim to be a Muslim? I'm literally fucking talking, bro.
Do you ever hunt your food? Or have you ever slaughtered a chicken?
I'm in the middle of a sentence.
And ate it?
I'm in the middle of a sentence.
I'm just trying to get a feel for
you. Might be I could probably agree to that.
I got my
you ain't no
answer.
fucking Muslim. You sure as shit aren't a Muslim. A Muslim would sit here and tell me that yes, God has a moral view on what's going on in Iran. And he would say this is justified, this is true, this is correct, this is
and God would have an even more view on what's going on in Gaza. So what's your fucking point? What do you have to say about that?
Say about what?
I said, and what's your moral view of what's going on in Gaza? Well, I'm sure God would have a lot more to say about that. Or
I'm trying to figure out if you're a fucking terrorist.
Or let's talk about the baby that was
terrorist?
burned with cigarettes
Are you a terrorist?
soldiers for 10 hours.
Are you a terrorist?
Dude, if he was,
Are you a terrorist?
He told you no, would you believe him?
It's a simple question. Yes or no answer.
Are you a fucking terrorist? What the fuck kind of shit is that?
Okay, do you support terrorism?
What the fuck is terrorism? You talking about shit funded by Israel? Because that's all terrorism is.
Yeah, you claim to be American.
Terrorism.
I'll go around all of
Ron has said over and over and over. Yes to America. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out which fucking side you're on. Are you a terrorist?
Figure out which side I'm on.
Dude, forget terrorism.
Do I need to PTR the American flag on the fucking back of my truck, you fucking idiot?
Are you guys?
I can fucking sit here and support my own country and not be a goddamn idiot. Do you want troops on the ground? Do you want American troops on the ground because a few fucking protesters died? Is that what I'm getting from you?
But dude, my question was not rhetorical. I actually want to know whether you're a terrorist or not. You know, you could answer that by just saying no, but you have not done.
I think it's a fucking stupid fucking question. I'm sitting here telling you all of this shit is funded by Israel. Terrorism itself is fucking funded by Israel. So why the fuck would I sit here and take some handout from Israel to do some state-funded bullshit? Is that what you're saying? Like, how is that even a fucking question? You're talking about answering it yes or no? Am I morally sound? To me, it seems like you guys are the fucking moral losers. Because you're really sitting here trying to fucking dictate what another fucking nation has to fucking do with itself instead of just working on what the fuck you got going on.
So when the Iranian government says death to America, do you support that statement?
Do you support it?
No, I don't support it.
Okay, so when they say death to Israel, do you support that
now,
statement?
can you answer my question?
Do you support that
Answer my question.
When they say death to Israel?
Can you answer my question? You're dodging. Okay. When the Iranian government says, as they have been saying for decades, death to America, do you support them?
Mr. Elliott, Iranian regime said death to America. It's not mean death to people of America. They mean the death to the American regime. So it doesn't mean that's death to American people. You have to know that.
You're talking about the same Iranian regime when they took American hostages in '79. They freed the black people and told us that we were already oppressed. You were free to go. And you're asking me, what did Muhammad Ali? Ain't no Vietnamese ever called me no nigga. What the fuck are you at? Why are you asking me this question?
Do you support Iran when the Iranian government says death to America, whatever that means.
I support whoever is freeing the world from the oppressed. I support that. That's what I support.
Okay, so
I support
from your answer, nobody knows whether you support the Iranian government. Say death to America. Nobody can understand what the fuck you're saying.
Nobody can understand what I'm saying.
To America, death to America.
Everyone understands except Elliot at this point.
Death to America, it's mean death to American regime, American government, American government rules.
Yes,
it's not for the people.
Believe me, Persians
You have
do
to
not
know
give a
that.
shit whether you live or die.
Even in Iraq,
what
we
you
don't
think it
have.
means, or it means something else.
Look, even in Iraq, we don't have any problems with American people. We have problems with American regime rules. They have really controlled by Israel. So that's the reason why I said death to America, death to Israel. It doesn't mean that death to American people. No, we don't have any problems with American people. You have to notice
so why do you use the word death when discussing
death? It's mean for government. It's normal. It's normal that when American people or Israel people said death to Iran.
Hey Elliot,
Death to Iran.
Elliot, it's a cultural thing, man. It's a language thing. It doesn't,
It's a language. Elliot with silk gloves on and shit.
No, I don't think anybody's wrong here. I think we're talking past each other, but like, I think what Duster means is like exactly what I think it means when they say death to America. It's not like kill an American dude. I know obviously some people do that. You know what I mean? They're some extremists.
Iranians don't have problems with Jews. They have problems with Zionists.
Exactly. But by the way, person here, American people, it's normal. They can walk in Iraq normally. But we don't have any problems with them. We grade them.
Look, this is not answering my question. I can rephrase it.
It's an answer. It's a death. As Nigel
Why
was
are you
saying.
so in demand of having yes or no questions?
I want to get a straight answer from you. Can you, is it possible for you to give a yes or no answer to any question? Can you do that?
But Nigel will answer
you. Come off of your moral high horses if you dictate the yes or no's of
moral high horse
and shit.
You wouldn't even agree that killing your own fucking citizens was wrong. You gave me some bullshit story about.
I didn't give you some
fucking like, I don't know, some like Jewish.
But motherfucking shit gets nasty. What do you? That's why I asked you, how many chickens have you slaughtered for your own nourishment? I'm just curious. Because you seem to be somebody who's very disconnected from what it is to actually be like an actual real man.
Do you think it's wrong? Do you think it's wrong for the Iranian government to murder tens of thousands of its own fucking citizens? That is a yes or no question.
Do you think it was wrong for our own government to do some similar things?
That's a yes or no question. You don't respond to a question with another fucking question. You just say, no, that's wrong. Can you do that?
Murder is fucking bad.
It's
clearly. But does shit fucking happen? Does shit not happen? And you're asking me whether it's right or wrong?
You still haven't answered my question.
We just dismantled the whole government because of these protesters.
That's what I think.
You think what?
Say it again, Mr. Person. You're a piece of shit.
I think you're a bigger piece of shit. Yeah. I think you should look in the mirror and see the shit that is actually covered on your fucking face, my friend. Because you are
I'm the one that condemns. I'm the one that condemns death to America. I say that
Palestinian children I'm slaughtered in masses. You're
running government now, killing tens of thousands of your own people is wrong. I'm just going to keep talking, Justin, so you are discussing right now, bro.
We are discussing.
Yeah, because you were raised by a woman.
No, there's not discussing anything. I'm asking questions, and I'm not getting any answers.
Okay,
so what is your question?
How often did your father go to war with you?
Yeah, really? You're not clear.
All right, Dustin, your turn, bro. Let's see see if you can give like an actual real answer. Do you think it's
So,
wrong
you
for
listen,
the Iranian
you can
government
give a
to shut your
question.
fucking
How
mouth?
often
Shut
do
your
you
mouth.
pass on the baseball
Shut your mouth.
Sorry,
Shut up.
just give me a moment, please. Go ahead.
All right, Dexter. Dexter, I think you actually can give like an actual answer. Do you think it's wrong for the Iranian government to kill tens of thousands of its own citizens, Dexter?
No, they don't have a right. They don't have a right to. Yeah, they don't have a right. But at the same time, it's not the right to protest at this time.
You see that? You see that, bro? No is a complete fucking sentence.
Yeah, it's no. They don't have a right to kill people.
Again, you're not my fucking literature professor. Get off of your moral high
You're a
horse.
piece of shit, dude.
I think you're an actual piece of shit. I think you're a heartless piece of shit.
Sorry, no more.
Let's stop just throwing shit at each other, man. And it's not really useful.
We are just discuss. No more insults. It's not good for
There's
us.
nothing to take personal here, man. For anybody.
Yeah.
We're all gonna go back to reality later on. You know, it's like this isn't reality. We're just talking on a phone.
You make a good point. I just get
I hear you,
think
man.
that people
I hear you.
people should be like more invested when a lot of people are fucking dying. People should have like a strong opinion about that.
People should have had a fucking opinion about Gaza. You idiot.
Look,
some people are dying. Just within the next 2 years.
If you are talking
What do you
about
think is
Gaza,
going to occur from all of this?
look, if we are
And
talking
you're
about
talking about
Gaza,
these fucking protesters? You fucking fool.
Sonic, if we are talking about Gaza, Israel, they don't have a right to attack Gaza. They have to solve the problem with the Gaza, and even with Palestine. We have all entire world. We have to solve the problems.
Annexing Lebanon. They're annexing southern Lebanon.
I know they don't have a right.
Are worried
They
about
don't have.
death to America? Some fucking protesters and whatever the fuck CNN or Fox News tells us fucking dumb ass.
Alright, you're a clown, bro. Here, Duster, ask me a question about Gaza and I'll answer you.
No, about Gaza, as he said, why Israel have a right to kill people in Gaza. More than 300 or 300,000 people was killed in Gaza, was bombed by airplanes of Israel. Do they have a right?
No, they don't have the right. They're wrong. I think Israel has the right to self-determination and they have the right to defend themselves when you get attacked. But they don't have the right to commit a genocide.
This is
against
who
the
it is. Gotcha.
You see how easy that is? You see how easy it is to get a clear
It's easy. You just told us everything we needed to know. Thank you.
Defend themselves
You're
from
such a
what?
fucking tard.
Why they have their plane to expand in the Middle East or even in Africa? Have you ever seen the plane of Israel? They don't have the right.
I don't claim to
You
know.
don't even know about the Jewish Autonomous Oblast in Russia.
Okay, what I know is that I'm not a fucking Zionist. Okay, I don't really care.
You sure?
Care that much.
You sound
Shut your mouth.
that
I'm in the middle of a
chicken
sentence.
male right
I'm in the
now.
middle of a sentence. I'm in the middle of a sentence, dude. Just chill the fuck out. I recall, reading from history that very shortly after the state of Israel was formed, it was attacked by multiple different nations. That's a fact. Now, I don't the whole situation with Israel is extremely complicated. I don't claim to know even half of it. But I know that clearly nations have the right to self-determination. They would disagree.
I came to your camp.
It was an illegal nation to begin with.
Now we have found you.
Yes, he has a right.
Before it was established as a nation,
You stole our food.
doing the
Like a
terrorists,
coyote.
blowing up British soldiers,
We cannot eat this.
hotels and this and that. Anglo people,
When you came,
such as yourself, Elliot.
why did you not wait
Is that
until we
right?
returned?
Did they have the right
could not
to
wait.
defend themselves
There
then?
was no time. Our laws are simple.
I'm not going to talk to you, dude.
He who takes from us
Yeah, because you know you can't fucking answer that.
The thief must die. Is there no way in your laws that I may seek justice for myself? There is the ordeal.
PTR all the books in your fucking house right now.
Yeah, it's literally true.
Uganda is marking a major conservation month. Papa's ears is the...
Tie the slices of beef and place them in the...
When you in prison, what you need is protection, right? And the way to do that is by getting into a gang. I was surprised to find out that there is a ball gang in prison. Ball brothers, what? What's up, homie? Nice haircut. Get the out of here. You need to earn their respect first.
Hey, you're in the wrong neighborhood, black motherfucker.
Step on my homies, mother! Ball brotherhood, y'all! Yeah, ball brotherhood, what's up? That was it right there, okay? That's the initiation process. That I am now a member of the Ball Brotherhood gang. It's the happiest day of my life, is what I'm saying. And diarrhea is what... Like, I hope that's like a lifetime dude right here.
Lewis continues to try and ingratiate himself to the gang.
What? You trying to creep up on my Ball brothers, bitch? I'd kick you again.
Suki is very... Yeah, it does, and you know that.
We're not the only three women in the world, you know.
You're hurting people down.
But Suki, can't we just put this behind us and be friends?
Do you believe you guys exist? So who created you?
That is, that show is...
What's the matter? You having a heart attack? Girls!
I guess we just wait and see.
Just fine. Come on, Daddy. Come to Dad. Come on.
Suki is very... Yeah, it...
Are you
Pretty much in place. Now I'll blow a big hole in you. Right is what you want. Just like mine. You'll find it soon enough.
Shut the fuck up.
How's that? Shut the fuck up. Unless you can find 6 pounds. Get those flats. Don't you have to lose it. Don't you have to lose it. You get that rock. You like my life.
You don't have any religion.
He's a freaking monster.
Do you have to who created this nature? Who created you? Who created your mother, your father, who created you inside your mother? You have to know that.
Come help me here. Help me.
Nobody gives a fuck what you think.
My husband is 50.
Look, if you guys are going to do that,
I don't hunt rabbits with a cannon. On the other hand, that remains to be seen.
those are deep questions. I think that you have the wrong take. Ask the question, who created X, Y, Z? You're assuming everything.
You're strong. Fighting is all about strength. Stop talking and fight. You're like a little frog. You're brave. I'll give you that. So I'll do you the honor of killing you with yours.
It's possible, logically speaking, logically possible.
That's what I agree.
No doubt. That's possible. Do you disagree?
Come on, I disagree.
I think it's logically impossible.
God is honest. After
You're
death,
defeated. Why do you persist? Someone's on your back.
You're saying something like
Torture's greatest. Magnificent.
I think you're
Yeah, exactly.
Is this the mom from OnlyFans? Is this the mom from OnlyFans?
Are you sure that God is not exist?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You are sure? Sure believe. For me, I believe that God does exist. Because who created this nature, who created the sky, who created the sun, the moon, or all the planet. And so there is a God behind that.
Saturn has a fucking hexagon on it. A perfect fucking hexagon.
You think that God is good, right? You think that God you believe in is good?
God, you think he's a flying spaghetti monster, so who the fuck are you to fucking ask me these questions?
Oh my God.
Clean exploration
And
and get a vote.
And
by
you know,
office.
Docker,
And,
Duster. I've been looking at fucking Docker containers here on my computer. I'm thinking Docker. I have a Docker container open right now. I'm like, I say Docker. So Duster.
Yeah.
Duster. You know, like.
comment.
Me personally, I'm gonna come out. I'm agnostic, right? I'm the person that likes to have like evidence-based anything I do. So like by being agnostic, I'm actually like being as honest as I can with myself by saying, okay, I could believe in God, but I have no proof, right?
Okay.
And I cannot believe in God, but I have no proof. We do have things like explanations, like, you know, obviously science came from religion, right? It was born out of religion.
Okay.
Way back
But so much
time.
money for a point, why do you man who have some stability behind them? Unlike
science
the
was
multi
born to try and answer the in the gaps
positive attitude and wisdom,
which is, you know, nature, right? You want to know what's going on and how things came to be. And I think that science has answered a lot of the
Fresh
stuff
out of the ocean and about to get
say,
opened
oh,
up.
how's this guy
This weird little guy is actually a cushion star. It looks like a squishy bread roll or a water balloon, but most of that chubby body is basically just water. When people cut one open, they usually start from the center of the underside and slice along its 5 natural lines. Inside, you'll see some yellowish tissue. Technically, parts of it are considered edible, but they can contain toxins. So, yeah, not something you want on your dinner plate. Now here's the crazy part. The reason it's so plump isn't just random. It's built for eating, and it doesn't even eat with the mouth like we do. Instead, it literally pushes its stomach out of its body, lays it over coral, and digests the coral externally. Imagine throwing your stomach onto your food and letting it melt everything down. Wild, right? The bigger the starfish, the more surface area it can cover, which means more coral gets consumed. But here's the twist. When coral disappears, so does their food source. And when food becomes scarce, their own survival is at risk. Fresh out of the ocean.
Drive your beliefs.
This is a $1,000 bionic exoskeleton designed to give you superhuman performance. It feels so new. I tried to wear it around for the day, and I noticed something crazy when I did it. I started by climbing a mountain to really test out Kitover. First, since it was -20 outside, I wanted to see how it helps in the cold, and also test out its max setting, which basically made my legs feel like they were walking. So after the mountain, I carried on walking around as usual, and this is where I noticed something. It felt like I had a lot of energy since walking became so easy.
Right. Hold on. And whether it converts.
It's gonna fix me up with Marissa Tomei. She said I was just her type. You know the odds of me being anyone's type? Marissa.
Are you single?
Or are you just going to be energy?
Retire if you.
That doesn't have a conscious thought. Yeah, that's existing in
He brought you up to
science suggests. Yes. Because there's no evidence at all that energy collects in one place. You call your family. There's no evidence for why there's a Russian scientist have yeah, if you check it out, but like, yeah, but just can't try to get any more. I can't keep Russian scientists doing it. We have all kinds of
still searching on a
Three reasons guys regret.
You know,
What's
we don't
faster
know.
than an
We
escalator?
think it might be this, but we don't know. And that's what they do.
Escasooner.
I just I'm ready for it to move on to the debate of like we all know what the question is. Are we going to be conscious or not?
We'll never know. You gotta die to find out, bro.
I think the talk about proof is a little problematic because the only two ways that I know of that you can prove something is in mathematics and formal logic systems, and proof doesn't exist like anywhere else outside of that. So all we have is like we have evidence and we have reasons and justifications or beliefs.
What religion gave us math so thoroughly?
You're interrupting, bro. You're doing the interrupting thing again.
Was it Islam?
All right, let's stop interrupting, guys. Just let them finish.
Well, I was going to offer like a reason to be an atheist. I mean, it's not proof, but it's a reason to be an atheist. Do you want to hear?
Yeah, man, I'll hear anything. Yeah.
It's like beating a dead horse.
Oh, what's that, Cat?
I said, with them trying to convince you, it's like beating a dead horse.
Well, it's still interesting to just talk about it, So maybe
it's intellectual talk. We don't have to like argue about it because at the end of the day, everybody's gonna be what they're gonna be, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, sometimes I change my mind on stuff over time too, just listening to other people say intelligent things. One of the reasons I'm an atheist is because if there's a good God out there somewhere, then this, especially like a perfectly good God or an all-loving God, say, then they would want to communicate their moral message to us in some way or another, whether that's through revelation or like a book or maybe our inner intuitions or our conscience.
Moses or Jesus.
Yeah, sure, Moses or Jesus. That's right, exactly. Quran, the Bible, all the commandments and stuff in there. That could be one way that a good God would communicate his moral message. And so if that's right, then we should expect from the existence of that God to like this mass convergence on like a single ethical system or a few single ethical principles. There would be this mass convergence on like morals around the world. And in fact, when we go out and look, see if that's right, the total opposite is right. There's this mass like moral disagreement about like everything every single thing you can think of. It's like mass moral disagreement about like Christians disagreeing with Christians, Muslims disagreeing with Muslims, atheists disagreeing with atheists, and on and on and on. That is a reason to think that God doesn't exist.
Elliot, may I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, man.
What's the purpose of your existence on the planet?
I choose my own purpose, whatever it might be from day to day.
Yeah, what the purpose? Why you are here? Why you are on the planet? Why you are on the earth?
To raise my daughter the right way.
Okay. That's it for you?
No, I mean, there's lots of other things to talk about, but I mean, if you're asking me what do I hold to any objective sense of morals? No, I think I'm an anti-realist. I don't think morals are real. I think morals are are there some kind of convention made up by human beings?
Oh, they were real when you were asking me about my morals earlier, though. You're very very hypocritical.
Anyways, Duster. I mean, just because I don't have objective morals, I don't believe in that stuff, doesn't mean I don't have morals. You fucking dumbass. Anyways, does that answer your question?
No. Okay, it's clear. I respect your mindset, and you are free to choose your religion. It's your choice. We don't force you to be Islamic or Christian, or doesn't matter. Respect your mindset. Thank you.
Sure. I can add a little bit to that. I've tried to study the writings of the Enlightenment thinkers, trying understand, like, why is it that, the American government has like the Constitution and like separation of powers, all this other stuff, And when I try to do that, I get to the Enlightenment. Those are the reasons why my government is the way that it is, and that those comes. The Enlightenment is like, above all else, like reason is above divine authority for starters. That all people have natural rights. And rights to self-determination. I mean.
Could I ask you a question, Elliot? Could it be argued that Georgia animals have a problem with the Iranian regime, and it's like an objective, like because they're not like thinking like we are? So it's just they're born
What
with
the
it.
fuck,
It's like
Iran?
or through socialization, there are other packages and stuff.
Yeah, but
They do tend to have.
They
They do
killed
tend
their
to show
own people
when there's
in the thousands.
Actions. Or am I wrong?
That's what Buddhism. That doesn't make it alright though.
No, they haven't.
Treat their pets, like a dog.
Not those numbers. If you're thinking the Civil War, that was a struggle to get to where we are now. That's different.
Okay, so listen. America funds terrorists. Yes or no?
I mean, it's subjective. It depends.
No, they don't.
Yes or no?
No, they
Yes
don't.
or no?
No, they don't.
Ruby,
Yes,
I have lessons
No, they don't.
officially to you. And you
Are you Muslim, Ruby? Hold on. Are you Muslim?
No, I'm Eastern Orthodox.
Sar thinks that
Jeez,
Hello.
Okay, hold on.
I am
Ruby.
Eastern. Listen.
Ruby, are
I
you
am
saying?
Eastern Orthodox.
Are you saying that U.S. is equivalent to Iran in terms of
No.
terrorism?
America is worse than Iran.
Wow.
America is worse.
How do we unpack this, you guys? I mean, I don't even know.
And you know what's funny? America one
Very
day
hardly, Matt.
is gonna be punished for what he did around the world.
Okay, well, that sounds like a threat. So what do
That's
you...
the truth. Because
No,
you
it's
guys
not
killed
true.
a lot of
It's
people
not
around the world.
Well,
What
you're
kind
not...
of punish? Is that a spank or is it feast? Like I need to know about the type of a punch we're talking about.
Is it Allahu Akbar attack?
Like no, listen. There is a God. He sees everything. He's writing everything down. And that's far as I'm concerned.
Ruby, you said you're Eastern Orthodox, right, Ruby? Who's your patron saint?
Excuse me?
Who's your patron saint?
Why?
Because you're Eastern Orthodox. Who is it?
Are you Eastern Orthodox?
I'm Catholic, but every Eastern Orthodox has a patron saint. Who's your patron
Okay,
saint,
well,
Ruby?
I'm not here to discuss about religion.
No, she's fucking...
Yeah,
God,
she is.
Can I finish my point, brothers and sisters? Can I finish what I was writing?
A patron saint is terrible.
Yeah.
People smile like the dog they walk on with leash. She's got that like Lebanese fucking accent from like Sydney, where the fuck she comes from. Terrible person, terrible fucking liar. Cause some I don't want to hear her again.
Achieve, just
You run it. I couldn't jump in.
I
just don't jump in within it.
Please don't swear.
Some component of profession that fuck up it down there.
Okay. For her punishment, she has to go on mute and not interfere with Niall's
by the way.
I'm gonna say it. His name is actually Newell, by the way. And she's a damn fucking liar.
Are you?
They know that patron saint, so shut the fuck up, Ruby.
Is this the type of room this is?
Shut the fuck up. It's any type of room you want it to be. So shut the fuck up.
Niall?
Somebody did this so intelligent.
So fast.
Like Niall?
Well done.
His name is Newell. Newell, you say
Newell. Okay, I'll never get it right.
Yeah, let's do a test, right?
You didn't do Angel right, so we're even.
Yeah, let's do a test. Let's see if I can talk for 3 minutes without being interrupted by... There you go. That was actually less than 30 seconds.
You're a fucking retarded, stupid fucking bitch that doesn't even know her patron saint, so shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you. Go ahead, my brother.
You're incel. You haven't had pussy.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb.
Someone put it down.
Stop talking.
Ruby, you
Wow,
actually
you're so
like
annoying.
this.
Shut up.
Ruby, if you actually listen to me carefully and let me finish, the things that I'm saying you will agree with.
Okay.
So thank you, sis. Listen just for a minute. My questions or the things that I'm saying is that, and I think the topic has to do with Iran, and Iran is the regime. So when I'm talking about Iran, I'm talking about the people. When I say America, I'm not talking about the American people. I'm not talking geopolitically. The structures of governance, right? And what that is, and the confusion that we Americans are struggling with is
What is
doing if the rule is to rid the Middle East
Interfere.
of these theocracies. No, we need the bloody oil, like we need the resources. We're going to interfere all the time.
Who the fuck is to interfere in Iran?
How about you shut the fuck up, Joey, bro? The guy was like 30 seconds in his phone and things to talk. You dumb fucking cunt. Why do you come up in this stage and start talking in your mouth and not? Shut the fuck up and wait your turn. He can't even get his thoughts across because you fucking retard just get sucking dick for Islamic Republic. Shut the fuck up. Let the guy finish. You can speak afterwards.
Don't talk about I don't care about that. I'm caring about the people.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. You just come here and you talk and you talk and you talk. Everybody gets bored. Everybody gets upset. Everybody gets angry. Because dumb cunts like you can't even stop talking. Shut the fuck up.
Actually, can you accompany me to the rooms when people try to interrupt me every second and do this, please?
I love every time somebody tries to interrupt me. Nobody's gonna interrupt you.
You're incel.
Ruby, shut the fuck up. Last chance.
Okay, bitch.
Shut up.
Kick me out.
Get the fuck out. I don't care. Go ahead, you all my brother. You weren't supposed to. I don't give a fuck about dumb bitches like that. Don't give a fuck, bro. These dumb bitches come up here and talk shit all day long, boring everybody to death. We're trying to have a conversation. Gives me a fucking headache. I don't know now.
This is okay, it's okay. It's part of the struggle because I think, unless we just really told each other, I think we're trying to make sense of this stuff. All right? And I think I'm giving my 2 senses. And then if I'm wrong, you can come at me and disagree with me, and then it's part of the conversation. And so thank you, Achik. Thank you, brother. But let's be fair. Like, let's be honest, right? Like, we know that we need oil. That is the truth. But that is not really the problem. The whole Middle East is built on theocratic thinking. يعني الفرق بين الشيعة والسنيين and those who want to really call. Well, I'm getting there, but this is the issue. If it's difficult to talk with, if it's difficult to be insightful, let me land here, MG, and then you come at me. Like I promise you, I'm not going to say anything that I cannot explain. So I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to stop there, if that is what we need, because I feel like I'm destroying the room, and I don't want to do that. So if you want to engage like this, let's go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Sorry, but I want just to talk about something you mentioned, Neil. You said, what is the difference between Iran and Saudi Arabia? It's way different. Saudi Arabia has been trying to work on their economy for the longest term. Their even punishment ways is like the regular way. For example, if somebody steals, they put them in a prison. In Iranian, they cut their hands. They are using the Islamic punishment stuff. So you can't just say that, because these GCC countries, we were in peace for the longest time, trying to do some tourism, to do some stuff. And now, since the war started, there is no airport mainly. If you book a flight, it would be cancelled. There is sirens all the day, all time. There is no schools, online schooling. People are not going to work. For what? They're just in the middle. meeting in the middle. So Saudi Arabia is not like Iran. And I'm not saying all Shia are bad. I'm not saying all Shia are bad. I mean, but like the Khamenei, the regime in Iran is.
Wait, they say this to America. Like, what are you saying? They would kill anyone. They would kill their people. So it's way different when you say Sunnah and Shia now. And that's it. So thank you.
Exactly. And here's my question, right? If the difference between Iran and Saudi Arabia is how Saudi Arabia implements Sharia and Iran implements it, then that's a very good one to discuss as a people, right? I agree with you. But instructionally, governmentally, the only difference is this. Iran is built what ولاية الفقيه الفقهاء بالعربية is a clerical state, meaning that they are built around only the expert الفقهاء في الإسلام. الفقيه هو عالم العلوم في الفكر الإسلامي والحياة الإسلامية.
Did you change to Arabic?
Talking English. I get
Yeah, I'm
lost.
just with you. So, yeah, that's what it means. The difference is usually clerks. It means the experts, right? The experts in Islam are the only one who should rule.
That's in Iran only, not in GCC.
I know. I'm
Islamic don't rule in GCC. We don't allow them to. Not anymore.
I understand that. That's a distinction I'm trying to make. The difference between Iran and Saudi Arabia, these are the regional powers. And I never finished that because I asked a question, a rhetorical one, that I wanted to answer. All right, I'll go with you, E. You're right. That Saudi Arabia is more capable in terms of accommodating the world and engaging the world in different ways. But Iran is not. But I'm trying to say, if our engagement in the Middle East or with these regimes that are theocratic, the difference is this. Iran is a clerical state. It is built, its legitimacy is derived from expertise, your understanding of Islamic theology. That's a distinction. Saudi Arabia, it is within family. Even the country itself is after a family.
Yes, it's kings. You're right.
So the distinction, really, when it comes to theocratic management, they all have Muslim countries, they all claim, some divine power, legitimacy, whatever. The distinction is that in Iran, the authority is in the hand of the expert in the Islamic theology and expertise. In Saudi Arabia, the authority rests in the family. Obey the soul. In terms of oppression, and we are Americans, the distinction is negligible. You understand what I'm trying to say here? So if we are talking about human rights, or about real truth, about democracy, about women's rights, and all of these things, the distinction between Iran and Saudi Arabia is negligible. But if we're talking about resources, we need terribly. Well, let's talk about
I don't get it when you said it's. You mean like it's not. It's not. If you're talking about women rights and stuff, it's not. I don't wear hijab. I travel. I do all of the jobs. Women can do a lot of it. In Iran, they are not allowed to. In Iran, they are not allowed to. No, I'm not from Saudi Arabia. I traveled down for my whole life. I'm from Kuwait. But we know that Saudi Arabia, and as you say, for 10 years they could. They did.
Kuwait is one of the only Arab countries. Kuwait is one of the only Arab countries that they've been doing a lot better compared to the other Arab countries for a long ass time.
Yeah, and we like United Arab Emirates, like Bahrain, we're both like mostly like free when it comes to women rights, dressing whatever you want, etc., etc. But if we're talking about, because Saudi is the biggest country in the region, they were before, but now it's no longer allowed people can do. Women don't wear hijab there. They started driving, as you said. Because when he died, they said labbaik Khamenei. Muslims say labbaik Allah. So you're talking about people who think this is their God. So of course they're gonna go die for it. Fuck him. Fuck him 100%. I'm sorry, but fuck him because they said like they are. I will tell you why, because they said we're hitting only the bases in GCC. No, they're not. They hit the airport around 9 times. They hit the oil. They hit a lot of places here. So they're not, even if you're talking about Islamic, like as a religion, whether I'm Muslim or not, that's beside the point. If they claim they are Muslims, why would they hit other Muslim countries in Ramadan? They see Sunnah, they see Muslim Sunnah as infidel as well. That's what I'm trying to do.
Your concern is the war, right? That's why they're taking care of. They're taking care of.
What are you saying? No, I'm talking their point of view as the Khamenei. I'm not even talking about all Shia. The Khamenei people, they see other Muslims, other Sunnah and stuff as infidel as well.
لكن له علاقة الخميني له علاقة بالمشكلة في الإسلام نفسها. أنت كويتية بتفهم العربية صح؟
أكيد أفهم العربية, but this is an English channel. You can speak English. I understand English too.
It's like a poker table.